In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Silly.
Hello. How we doing? Cringe way of introducing the stream? Maybe. Maybe. I am a bit cringe, however. Hello, you lovely people. How we doing? That was the first time I actually listened to the lyrics of that song. Yeah. Same as it ever was. Indeed, indeed. Looking awesome as always. True. Look at my new shirt that I got thrifting. And by mine, I mean my partner's shirt that I stole. She'll get it back, though. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Simply Steve. Hello, Berserk Jazerk. Hello, May Wormy. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Aaron Watching. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Indicat. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Jesse Andrasek. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, John Bogartis. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Carly. Hello, Rad Rabbit. Hello, Penny and T. Hello, Simmons. What's the soul-crushing, demoralizing news of the day? Oh boy. Let's at least do the pleasantries first. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Would you want the... I don't know what link you're talking about. Sorry. Hello, Andrew S. Hello, Rondo. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Nelson JD. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. I can tell, if you guys can't tell, I yelled a bit too much yesterday, so I'm gonna try and take it easy. Hello, Penny and T. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, everybody. How we doing? My head hurts from reading today's executive orders. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hello, everyone. Hello. Are we still in the cool zone? Robert Geisler. Yes. Every day that a ginormous event does not happen is another day we're still in the cool zone. At this point, we're just going deeper into the cool zone. Super cool. Approaching absolute zero at the rate we're going. Let's see. I did want to start. How much cooler are we getting? You'll have to watch the show. I can't spoil the show. But real quick, pressing business. Folks, you can get currently free COVID tests, okay? However, the Trump administration is shutting this program down. So, you're gonna need to put in your info. Get your free COVID tests before, you got to pay an arm and a leg for them. Okay? COVIDtests.gov. Get 4 for free. And it could go away as soon as tonight, so, like, I'm leading with this so that you guys do it, like, now, as opposed to later, or as opposed to tomorrow, or anything like that. You should probably do this now. And they're free. They're free, guys. The United States Post Office will just send them to you. It's really nice.
If we go deep enough into the cool zone, will we find Dante's Satan frozen in the ice?
You know, that'd be pretty cool. I'll take America's Great Satan frozen in the ice, though. I'd prefer that one frozen in ice. I never used to hate on principle. I hate all these people, and I hate the people who champion them. Annie Bo, that's very much where I'm at. Generally speaking, I think hatred as a concept is bad, but I deeply hate these people. I deeply hate Elon Musk. I deeply hate Donald Trump. I deeply hate all of the toadies that have enabled him, or rather both of them, to do what they're doing. To be clear, this isn't me talking bad about the program. I was under the impression that COVID was almost gone. Oh, Kazooie, no. Honey, no, no. They just stopped talking about it in the news. But it's still going around, dog. Like, it's never going away. It is mute. The genie is out of the bottle. We now have COVID season alongside flu season. And every year it mutates a little bit. So it changes, which means you got to continue to get vaccinated for COVID because, like the flu, it also changes every year. Yeah, anyway, this is why I'm telling you guys to go get those free tests. They're going to just destroy 160 million tests. They're considering it right now. They're just going to go and do it. So you got maybe hours before they close that website that allows you to get the free ones. Wait, yeah, but I thought that was just the strains that were just weak as fuck. No, the strain COVID has not gotten weaker. We just have treatments for it. You know, we have medicines you can take that make it more survivable. We have people vaccinated so that they aren't getting it as badly. But like, it's still around and it still kills a lot of people. If you get it, it can still lay you up for years. Yeah, it's not good. Whew. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Yeah, ordering is super easy. You don't even need to put in your credit card info. All you need is your address. That's it. Okay? You got your address, you got your name, presumably you know that. You can get your free tests. We got pressing diseases like bird flu and measles now. Yeah. Pressing, though, assumes that there's going to be anyone left in the United States to do anything about it, and that's a question that is up in the air.
Had my first welcome to trans womanhood experience today. Did not love it.
Oh.
A Jack stream makes me feel a little better though.
RPG Lilac, I'm sorry to hear you had a bad experience. I hope you're doing okay. I just realized I did not tweet out the stream. Let me do that. We are live. Come watch the Empire crumble in real time. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. And a picture of me being really gay. Boop, boop. Cool. And there we go. Being cool and gay. There we go. All right, folks. Have an $18 cough drop. Yeah, right. Let's see here. Okay, folks. Got a few things I want to throw your way here. All right. Ah, God damn it. Fuck. Sometimes this website just fucks me. God damn it. I don't know why. Like, I love White Forest as a website. I very much appreciate what it has done for me. But I don't understand why sometimes if I accidentally brush the arrow key, it just eliminates the thing I'm actively trying to write. And there's no way to get it back. God damn it. Okay. do we call it? Boo. All right. So yesterday, many of you may remember that I talked a little bit about how we're going to add a new community role to the Discord for folks who want to coordinate good trouble. Okay. Who want to coordinate some online malicious non-compliance, who want to get out there and do some japes on the old internet. Okay? So, I'm going to let you guys vote on what you want to call the role. Okay? Here are the options before I set it all in motion. We have Playhem, or a Shimp of Fools, or Shimp GT, or Shimp Salesman, or Good Shimpin'. Okay? That's what we got. Here you go. Time for democracy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in chat. Why are you confused? One, two, three, four, fives in chat. Missed opportunity for Big Shimpin'. A Shimp of Fools appears to be the winner by quite a few votes. Okay. A Shimp of Fools it is. When is latex Batgirl? Yo, if I get a latex Batgirl costume, you guys are gonna know. Oh no, not my joke suggestion. Yes, your joke suggestion. Either after I finish stream or sometime tomorrow, I'll make that a new role, and we'll have Discord signups for it, so we can mobilize each other to do some malicious compliance. Get together so we can put good tips into the Trump tip lines that have been popping up online. Yo!
Dunno what a shimp is, but you do good work, have money.
Xendu, thank you for the $50 super chat. I very, very much appreciate that. And a shimp is just it's what I call you guys. we had ourselves a typo at one point. Chat started calling each other shimp. And that's just what we do now. It's just what we do. I don't know why. Oh god. That's what a shimp is? Yeah. Do we get jester hats? I'll see what I can do. The humble shrimp is not very powerful. If you saw one lone shrimp, you would not be worried about it. But if you saw 1,000 shrimp together, that might start getting a little worrisome. 1,000,000 shrimp starts getting a little bit scary. Much like us, huh? much like us. It's true. Um, you've all heard of your normal land-dwelling shimp, but wait until you get a get a look at the deep sea shimp, the ones that punch bubbles. Okay, folks, let's talk. Let's talk how the sausage is made. Let me grab this. Beep, beep, beep. All right, folks. One thing we need to talk about. We need to talk about our main highlights here. All right. Let's get started. So, folks, we've kind of assumed what the state of play is here in Washington, D.C. based on, the things that are happening, the agencies that are moving, the folks who are talking. And we've assumed, and the Trump administration has straight up said, that Elon Musk is in charge of DOGE. That the Department of Government Efficiency, a department that does not exist and is illegal because, again, not something that the president can unilaterally do. But we've assumed that Elon Musk was in charge of it. And that is apparently not true. So who runs DOGE? And if it's not Elon Musk, who is it? Now, obviously, my assumption here is that they're just lying and causing chaos to stir the pot. But there are actual, concrete legal consequences to who is in charge of what in Washington, D.C. Okay? And, well, we got stories today coming out. Not even DOGE employees know who's legally running DOGE. Despite all appearances, the White House insists that Elon Musk is not in charge of DOGE. US DOGE service employees can't get a straight answer about who is. Now, one might say, as I think is completely rational, that this is merely demonic lying, right? I think, and I read it a little bit differently. I read it as fear. I read it as fear. Because as Very Knifey Duck points out in Twitch chat here, it kind of reads like the White House is playing defense for Elon. That they want to distance him from whatever's coming down the pipeline at DOGE. It reads to me like they do not have the amount of power that they are trying to project, and that they know that at some point here, the chickens are going to come home to roost. Okay? So that's, I think, a good sign. But this particular maneuver leaves a lot of questions. And in this vacuum, given the lack of answers, that lack of answers, the lack of clear leadership here, well, that gives the law some wiggle room. That gives the courts the option to kind of pounce on that, because this department that is illegal that is gutting anywhere from 10 to 30% of the federal workforce, needs to be accountable to people. It cannot simply be that no one's in charge of it and it can do whatever it wants. That's not how a system works. Okay? So, what's interesting here is that I think, and again, this is not my, I don't have insider knowledge or anything like that, but it's very, let me put it this way. This is a whole lot of wriggling if there is no problem for them. You know, if there was no problem, Elon Musk would just be a special government employee in charge of DOGE. But now they're saying he's not. Okay? So, let's just take a look at Wired's reporting on this. President Donald Trump and Elon Musk have repeatedly affirmed Musk's leadership of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. But according to a new court filing from the White House, the administrator of DOGE isn't Elon Musk, after all. Who is? No one knows. The White House won't tell the public. An administration lawyer has reportedly said he has no idea. And even people who work for the US DOGE service can't get a straight answer. On Monday evening, Joshua Fisher, the director of White House Office of Administration, claimed Musk wasn't actually in charge of the so-called department he championed for months. Fisher issued a sworn statement in a lawsuit brought by the state of New Mexico and 13 other Democratic attorneys general, accusing Musk of exercising authority beyond the scope of his role. Rather than serving as the DOGE administrator or an employer of DOGE at all, Fisher said, employee of DOGE at all, Fisher said, Musk's formal role is senior advisor to the president with no greater authority than other senior White House advisors. So we have shifted his role entirely, you know? You think they heard Bannon? No, I don't think that they heard Bannon. But what I think may be happening here is that they're trying to create uncertainty and use that uncertainty to shield Elon Musk, at least for a time. Because obviously what he's doing is crazy levels of illegal. And what's really interesting here is that this happened. Well, this story came out 3:03 p.m. earlier today, right? And it comes right on the heels of reporting earlier this morning from Fortune, of all places. Elon Musk called Donald Trump about claims he was a puppet president, saying they're trying to drive us apart. Okay, if things are going well, do you think Elon Musk calls Donald Trump to talk about how the reporting and the memes are trying to drive them apart? No. If things are going well, that phone call doesn't happen. Okay? And on top of that, the reporting here is a bit interesting. President Trump is aware and apparently unfazed by the criticisms leveled at his administration that Tesla CEO Elon Musk is the true power in Washington. Trump's former Secretary of Commerce previously told Fortune that the Trump-Musk partnership would stay sweet because the latter poses no threat. And I don't know. Like, these pieces of information, when I start putting them together, to me, that indicates that Donald Trump does really like having Elon Musk on his team and is going to try and keep that going for as long as he can. But the second it becomes necessary, they've kind of set him up in a position where they can politically and legally make him a fall guy. Because there have been a number of interactions that I've been seeing pop up where, and we might see a couple of them in a bit, but he had a press conference earlier today where he was asked, about DOGE and SpaceX employees working on FAA stuff. And, asked about there being a conflict of interest with Elon Musk's employees working on things that have government contracts worth hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. And he said, I have no idea about any of that. Which is interesting, right? Because if this was something that he cared about, he would double down on it, as he always does. But instead of doing that, he's pleading ignorance. Now, what that says to me is that the ignorance that they're surrounding the position of Elon Musk with as a protective layer, seemingly for Elon, I think is actually for Donald Trump. It's to keep them separate, plausibly. And I think that part of that is so that Donald Trump, if it becomes necessary, can throw Elon Musk under the bus hard in order to save his popularity and in order to save his, legal ass. And whether or not that will help him legally remains to be seen. It would certainly help him politically, given how much people hate Elon Musk. Okay? So we've got a really interesting situation here playing out. And yeah, it really does seem like we're moving towards something. I don't know what it is. Aren't there no legal options given what SCOTUS said last year? No, actually, there are legal options, specifically because while SCOTUS did give the president broad immunity, it's broad immunity in the confines of the Constitution. If if you are acting within the bounds of the Constitution plausibly, then yeah, as president, you have broad immunity. If you are outside of the bounds of the Constitution, as this administration is currently doing, then no, he does not have immunity from that. So what's interesting here is that we are in some fuck around, find out. Because, guys, if they viewed themselves as untouchable, these are things they would not do. These are not the actions of people who are like, oh man, we're above the law. Nothing can stop us. They're trying to project that idea, but they are not actually free from that. Because if they were, they would not be doing the things that they're doing. Oh, I think they're absolutely setting up a SCOTUS fight, but it's a fight that's going to be in the courts. I think that there's probably internal pushback from Republicans saying you can't be doing the things you're doing. And largely that is going to be some kind of a check on what he can do. Okay. All that being said, we are also in well, let's just call it the cool zone. I've been talking about the cool zone for a while, but we just need to remember that we are still very, very, very much in the cool zone. And I'm trying to find the article here. Yeah, here we go. Remember what I said would be like one of the very interesting things to pay attention to? Remember that? Wait, Comatose, thank you for the 100 biddies, but also assassinating someone, as awful and as heinous as that would still be something plausibly under the purview of the President of the United States. Past presidents have ordered assassinations. It would still plausibly fall under that. What doesn't plausibly fall under that is directly violating the Supreme Court of the United States order. What doesn't follow from their order is stuff like, directly countering Congress. So there's a lot going on here. But all I'm trying to say is that there are limits on
Isn't
that
Pete
broad-ranging
Kostelnick the guy
immunity.
that runs the country? He last did it in 2016 and did it in 42 days, 6 hours, 30 minutes.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, Balthazar. Sorry. But thank you for the $10 super chat. That being said, do you guys remember what I said would be a very important moment for the cool zone? Do you guys remember that? Possibly one of the most pivotal moments for the cool zone? Oh, god damn it. Pete Kostelnick is the guy who literally ran across the country. God damn it. God damn it. That took me a second. That god damn it. Okay. To remind you guys, one of the things I said, I think several days, maybe a week ago, is that where the rubber really meets the road here is when DOGE walks into the Pentagon looking to cut the military. That's when I think the cool zone starts to get real interesting. And that day is today. DOGE meets with Pentagon officials to plan cuts at the biggest US department. And yeah, that's where we're at. Department of Government Efficiency representatives went to the Pentagon Friday for meetings with defense officials, marking the start of another project to cut costs in the federal government. Great kickoff with Department of Defense, the ex-account for DOGE said Friday, looking forward to working together to safely save taxpayer dollars and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. Two defense officials confirmed DOGE personnel's visit, but the Department of Defense declined to comment on who specifically attended those meetings. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters traveling with him in Europe that he was looking forward to working with DOGE. Yeah. Defense Department has an annual budget of over $800 billion and more than 3 million personnel, including civilian employees and military service members. Yeah. Where we can find billions of dollars, and he's right to say billions, inside the Defense Department. Every dollar we save is a dollar that goes to warfighters, and that's good for the American people. Uh-huh. He did not elaborate on what other areas of the department's budget were likely to be targeted. So, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that if you are just some guy, unelected, without the mandate of the masses, and you send a bunch of fresh college graduates and interns into the Department of Defense to start making cuts. That's not good for your health. Okay? It's just not. And I don't know for sure. And I joked about this on Twitter. Not Twitter, Blue Sky. Joked about this on Blue Sky. That, like, the second those DOGE employees walked through the doors of the Pentagon, like 11 different black sites across the globe whirled into activity. Okay? Like, I don't know that for sure, but like, people don't like Elon Musk. They don't like DOGE. They don't like the cuts that are happening. Hey, remember those FAA folks who got fired the other day? The hundreds of them that got fired? Those included aircraft mechanics, people who do safety inspections. It included, air traffic controllers. And, they're people who keep us safe. Planes from, say, having manufacturing defects that might cause them to flip over when landing. And I got a feeling that a lot of the people who work for the Department of Defense, for the military, are not really keen on these folks coming in and making, the hundreds of billions of dollars in cuts that they want to do. Just a hunch. So I'm going to be watching DOGE in the Department of Defense like a hawk. That's where a lot of my attention is going to be. Because it's pretty interesting. Elon's going to fire the whole military by accident. Do you know how funny that would be? Do you have any idea how funny it would be if Elon Musk tried to fire the entire military? If he did that, like, he'd be dead within 24 hours, dog. You've heard me talk about the end of DOGE on Blue Sky? No, what are you talking about? Yeah, the CIA will lose the DOGE inspectors. Well, in PC Schwarz, as we covered yesterday, DOGE and Elon and Donald Trump are actively pissing off soldiers. That, like, they are doing that. They've been pissing off veterans groups. They are cutting the VA. Ugh. It's not going to go well for them. All I'm saying is we've been cursed to live in interesting times. And I think one of the most interesting parts about this coverage, right? One last thing. Most interesting part is that in this article, no one from the military actually says anything. No one from the actual military is quoted in this article. It is all either the official DOGE account or two unnamed officials or Pete Hegseth. Okay? The amount of silence from the Pentagon on this is deafening. So, like, I'm not prone to conspiratorial thinking, folks, but I don't think it's a conspiracy to say that there are very, very powerful people right now who are very pissed off. Paladin writes, Doge people have access to national secrets and no real background check. The closer these idiots get to the middle, the more likely they are that the only appropriate response is to sever them from freedom forever. True. Yeah. I mean, okay. I have seen that. Yes. Like there is kind of a point where these people have too much compromise on like the entirety of the American people. Like if one of those Doge people made a copy of the information from like the treasury payment system, that alone would be something that our like secret agents would pursue them to the ends of the earth in order to get back in normal times. All I'm saying, Ray Polak, is that usually there would be leaks of some kind. Usually there'd be people speaking off the record, or not off the record. There'd be people like, putting out anonymous statements. It's just interesting, is all I'm saying. Hello, Jess. Well, yes, no, comatose. It is they're going after the military because they want to get away with the greatest robbery in the history of the planet. Like they're going for all of the money, not just some of the money, all of it. You know? Yeah. So anyway, that's my five head conspiracy theory is that the military is deeply unhappy, and if this continues for much longer, we're going to see some dramatic things happen. We'll see. I could be wrong, might be wrong, but this is maybe the most interesting potential pivot or pain point in this entire administrative coup that is ongoing, in the entire theft that is going on in this country. So, with that being said, let's wrap up the segment. We did it! We did a segment, everybody! Huzzah! Huzzah forever! We did it! Also, folks, we've been going for an hour so far. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because, folks, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make it happen without your wonderful, wonderful help and assistance. I really enjoy making this show, and you guys make it possible. So thank you so, so much. Also, just a little tease. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking with Nathan Grayson, um, co-founder of Aftermath, about his new book. I'm real excited to talk about it. His publisher was nice enough to send me a copy, so I've been reading through some of it today, and it's good stuff. Malon Miller, I don't recall who Beria is. I'm sorry. I'm really US brained right now. And thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Are you going to talk about Elon's kid cursing out Trump? I watched some of that. I think people are hearing what they want to hear. I just hear child talk. And to be fair, I'm really bad at understanding child talk. I just don't have that much to say about it. Beep boop. Got any Oilers in chat? Oil for the stream? All I have is knowledge no one wants or needs and bad vibes. Hey! Somewhat similar to me. The site still won't let me dono? God damn, I'm sorry, Very Knifey Duck. I don't know why that is. Other people have been able to do it. Maybe, are you using a VPN or something? Been very stressful as of late. True.
Been very
True.
stressful as of late. On the positive, been getting involved with
Hey!
Indivisible and my local DSA. Will try to attend a few activities. I also look forward to Lady Gaga's new album release.
Hell yeah. My partner and I are looking at going to like a city hall demonstration with our local DSA later this week. We're thinking about turning it into like a date day type thing, and that could be really fun. Part of the entire thing about like protesting and going to these meetings with DSA or Indivisible, you can make it fun. You can be angry, but also have fun at the same time. I call it having angrin. Being angrin. I don't call it that. I tried that out for the first time just now. It's not landing. I take it back. Threw it out there. I'm taking it back. It's about the I-94 stuff, Tired and Trans. You'll have to look it up on the
fun.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you. Andrew S., thank you for the $10 super chat, by the way. It's for the I-94 like remodel stuff. You'll have to look it up at the Twin Cities DSA. Just testing donos again. Maybe Gamer G. It depends on a lot of shifting factors with my partner and her schedule, but we made preliminary plans to go. Yeah. Enjoyment. I like that. I like it. Okay. Now, oh god. You guys ready for another segment? Also, folks, again, if you're feeling stressed, I do recommend like running on a treadmill or an elliptical or doing yoga or something, it genuinely does help your body process that stress. You've tried normal mints, but have you tried segments? Oh, hell yeah, arachnomancy. I'm glad, I'm glad that Sleep Token's making a new album. There we go. Nailed it. I can read good. Also, if you notice me holding this guy, it's because I've been fiddling with him as like a little fidget while I stream, and I can't stop myself. I keep thinking, oh, it's weird to do, but whatever. Okay. You like segs? Never noticed the fidgeting? That's because I do it all below the camera. But sometimes you'll see me like gesture and like I'll still have the thing in my hand. I try not to do that though. Okay. Folks, let's roll into the next segment, okay? We got stuff to talk about. Now, today marks a really auspicious occasion where the nation has published something that I think is worth going over in its entirety, specifically because I consider it necessary reading to understand the particular political moment we're in regarding Democrats. I know a lot of you guys have been wondering, where are the Democrats? Why aren't the Democrats doing more? And I know that I myself have wondered that. You know, I'm very much in favor of protesting and I do like seeing them get out there, but like, it's not enough for Dick Durbin at 85 years old to put on a coat and go outside and chant, "We will win." Like, that's not enough. We need more. We need firebrands. We need people who are going to go out there every day and pin like tuberculosis outbreaks on RFK Jr., pin measles outbreaks on RFK Jr., you know, talk about all the Trump plane crashes that are happening. We need people who are actually going to look at the news and weaponize it on a daily basis. We need people who are going to like have their staff troll through like Reddit threads about federal workers who've lost their jobs. And then who are going to like elevate these people to national positions. We need them to actually be doing politics rather than what Hakeem Jeffries, that spineless, sorry sack of a man who apparently leads the House Democrats, who's just, oh, but what can we do? We can't do anything. Meanwhile, he's jetting off to Silicon Valley to schmooze with his Silicon Valley donors, the same donors who worked for Elon Musk and Donald Trump in the White House. Okay? What you need to do is you need to do real politics. But that requires a spine. That requires the courage to rise to the current moment. And that is something that our current Democratic leadership does not have. And I've been racking my brains about whether it is ineptitude or, you know, like, are they just unaware of how to do politics? Are they just caught unprepared? Are they just that malicious? And I've been going back and forth between all of these explanations, right? And I haven't been able to settle on one. You know? But I think that Dave Zirin in The Nation today really nailed what is happening here. And we're just going to go through this article because it is maybe the best article I have seen on this that really breaks it down in a way that I think is digestible, understandable. And I think after we go through this, a lot of us will be on the same page about what we have to do going forward and why the current crop of Democrats is so paralyzed. And to be clear, it's not every Democrat. AOC is out there fighting. You know, you got your Bernie Sanders out there fighting. But we need more. We need more than what the Democrats are willing to deliver right now. And this is why we need to be up their asses on the phones, you know, in their offices. And why on social media, we need to become like a holy terror to them. We need to be out there saying, you know what? You're not going to have a spine? Resign. You're not going to have a spine? We'll find someone to primary you. There is nowhere you can run from this accountability. Because it's going to come, and there is going to be a bill to be paid for this cowardice. So let's jump into this. From Dave Zirin, Why Democrats Won't Throw a Real Punch. Faced with existential threats from the right, the Democratic leadership remains timid. Faced with demands for justice from the left, it goes on the attack. Okay? And yeah, that's a fair summation. A relative of mine, an older gent with a penchant for salty language, yelled over the phone at me in frustration, "Where are the damn cojones in the Democratic Party?" His use of language aside, which, like, okay, that's pretty mild. That's pretty mild. But all right. This argument that the Democrats are not raising nearly enough hell as apartheid's chest burster, Elon Musk, vivisects the government from the inside is all over the liberal left. The phrase going around is the Democrats have brought a lectern to a social media war. Masses of enraged, terrified people are looking at the analog, slow-motion leadership of Democratic Senate leader Chuck Schumer and the zero-calorie rhetoric of House leader Hakeem Jeffries and want them replaced by people who know how to fight. As the nation has reported, when Democratic politicians have shown up to protests, people aren't cheering their presence. They are howling at them to do more. And yeah, absolutely. Like, the first week, maybe the first week and a half even, was just glad to see Democrats come out of their burrows, you know, to see if they could see their shadows. I was happy to see that. But with the additional reporting coming out that Democrats are angry at the fact that more is being demanded of them as we slip further and further into constitutional crisis, as thousands upon thousands of people lose their jobs on a daily basis, and they have the they have the audacity to complain about being asked to do their jobs by the people who put them in power. Okay? Yeah, they deserve to be howled at. Your constituents know which of you has a spine. You'll notice that a lot of people aren't yelling at AOC. They aren't yelling at Bernie Sanders. They're yelling at the do-nothing Democrats. That faction of the Democratic Party that is so ideologically committed to being as lazy, as big a sack of shit as possible. All right? That's where we're at. To be clear, people aren't criticizing the efforts of individual Democrats trying to expose this deadly grand theft taking place in plain sight. The cry is, why aren't the Democrats as unified and ruthless towards their enemies as Republicans? If Republicans, I really do need to get that, Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps clip. I need to get that on the soundboard because it really does read like that. I need it every single time Democrats plead inaction. All you got to do is point to Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell out there, same position, thwarted everything Obama wanted to do for years. For years. They did far more with far less. Why aren't they taking the fired federal workers who are sharing their heartbreaking stories, the one that Musk says were being paid to do nothing, and making them famous? The cancer researcher on the verge of a breakthrough, the park ranger in Yosemite who won't be there to conduct rescues and save lives, the air traffic controller who can speak to the connection between understaffing and recent plane crashes. Is it even safe to fly in Trump's America? The Democrats should be amplifying these folks, writing op-eds about them, refusing to go on camera without sharing their spotlight, pressuring their Instagram influencers to raise them up. But instead, we learn their stories from Reddit. As Moira Dunnigan wrote in The Guardian, why are the Democrats so spineless? The conventional wisdom is that they simply don't know how to wage a social media and public relations attack that can, to use one blaring example, define people like J.D. Vance as a Nazi-curious Manchurian candidate. And guys, we know that they can play politics when they actually care to. If anyone was paying attention this past year, you'll know that I got involved with efforts to keep Jamal Bowman in office. And our ragtag little crew went out to New York and knocked doors. But we were no match for the amount of money that got poured into Jamal Bowman's, race against him. And Democrats helped torpedo Jamal Bowman. They know how to play politics. But we need to lose the theory that Dems are spineless and just don't understand exactly how to wage a political war. Well, hold on there. I think we can hold on to the fact that Democrats are spineless. They just, are very selective about when to grow a spine. They're very principled about their defense of neoliberal politics. We know they can be vicious because we've seen them execute that kind of operation against the left since Ralph Nader caught them sleeping in 2000. We've seen them do it maliciously during Senator Bernie Sanders' 2 primary runs. We saw black and brown women stamped as Bernie bros with enough, yes, ruthless repetition to make it stick. We've seen President Barack Obama, with all his rhetorical powers, hector young black men, but not aim his electric cadence at Musk and his Palo Alto brown shirts. It's not that they cannot, they will not. When it was Sanders or an individual who demanded even a modest change in policy on Gaza, they brought out the knives. When it's Musk and his apartheid army of incels, they wield sporks. Yet, as we keep seeing, spork fighting is demoralizing. And that's kind of it, right? Like, everything that these do-nothing Democrats do is designed to lull you back into sleep. Oh, it'll be fine. We will win. We will win. Ha. It'll be fine. Just go to sleep. But the thing that has eluded me is why. Why are they like this? Why are they so willing to sell out their entire constituency? Is it really naked greed? Is it incompetence? Is it like active maliciousness? Okay. What is motivating this? The question then is why, amid this tornado of anger, are democratic institutions so soft? Here's what I think, and here's what I think we can do about it. So, this is what I found really helpful for organizing my thoughts and understanding our current political landscape. All right. Number one, they'd rather have peace with billionaire tech bros, see Jeffrey's recent Silicon Valley visit to mend fences, than wage a struggle to get their money out of politics, have campaign finance reform, and, for the love of God, tax their obscene and unearned wealth. Yeah, they're cowardly. They don't want to pick up the fight for the working class against these billionaires. They want to have it both ways. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. All well, the proletariat of France survive on crusts in the street. Number two, a wing of the Democratic Party actually supports the substance, if not style, of what Musk is doing, accepting the argument of bureaucratic excess and the need to stop waste. Several put themselves forward to join the entirely made-up extra-constitutional operation known as DOGE. It's not that this waste doesn't exist, looking at you, defense budget, but in politics, timing is everything. Legitimizing the need for DOGE at that moment provided Musk with the runway to destroy lives. He thinks workers are the waste and wreck the best parts of this country, like the parks, the medical research, or the ability to fly on a plane with the certainty of it landing safely. And that's kind of it. Part of why the whole finding fraud, waste, and abuse argument works so well as a cover for what the Republicans and our techno-feudalistic overlords embodied in Elon Musk. Part of the reason it works so well is because it is layered in that digestible slop of neoliberalism. It's the language each one of these high-level Democrats has been steeped in for the last 30 years. You know, like they've been brought up in the slop. They were molded by it. And so where they are at is essentially agreeing with, oh, well, yeah, we do need to slash the budget and find all that waste, rather than tax billionaires. Because that's what neoliberalism is all about. It's about privatizing our public goods. It's about slashing waste at the expense of the services provided. And so fundamentally, they agree with this project. They just think it's kind of rude. It's uncouth. That's their main problem with it. Okay? So far, okay, we have a faction that is just blatantly, they've given up the struggle. They've given up the fight against the billionaires, and they just want to float along on the inertia. Okay? We have a second group of Democrats who fundamentally agree with the Republicans, but think that the way that they're going about it is very rude and unacceptable. But, something being rude isn't really going to motivate you to fight it, necessarily. Now we come to number 3. The legacy of Clintonian triangulation and the corporate-centered rightward pull of the New Democrats means their top campaign consultants for a generation have been insulated, isolated, and utterly incapable of being left populists or the brawlers for the working class that AOC says they need to be. I remember the Reverend Al Sharpton crushing right-wing hecklers at a Democratic primary debate when they went after fellow candidates Wesley Clark and Joe Lieberman. Since Sharpton was the only person on stage with real movement experience, he actually knew how to assert his will and inspire a crowd to fight to join him in shutting them down. Too many Democrats are weak under the bright lights. Again, not everyone melts, but as an institution, this party is melting. Okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I talked for 7 hours straight yesterday. It does a number on my voice. Okay? So, one of the things I hadn't thought enough about prior to this article was that the consultant class that has infested and is festering within the heart of Washington, D.C., all of the people who are like full-time advising all of these Democrats have also been brought up in this neoliberal bullshit. And so a lot of these, newer politicians who, haven't been there for 30 years, well, they get advised by people who have. They get advised and poisoned by these neoliberal shills in the corporate consulting class. Okay? It's disgusting. I've had water, guys. I've been taking care of my voice all day. I just did a number on it yesterday. Stop telling me what to do. I got it. I appreciate the concern, though. 4. The legacy of Obama was that a coalition based on demographic destiny would win elections in perpetuity, as long as they were not Republicans. And this was another point that I had not considered enough, right? Which is that part of the rhetoric in 2008 and onward has been steeped in the idea that essentially Democratic victory is inevitable because young people just inherently vote Democrat. Black people just inherently vote Democrat. It's just like the calculus of the political consulting class and politicians has been very, very, very much shaped by the idea that, well, you don't have to do anything different. You just have to maintain the status quo, fight for the status quo. Anything that shifts it, well, that could piss off donors. And in the long run, everyone will wind up being Democrats. It's the same type of thinking that led, men in the 90s when women started picking up and jogging and running became more popular with women. And like women's average running time started going up. And men in like runners magazines were like, oh, pretty soon women will be running a mile in under 4 minutes. They'll be running miles in 2 minutes. It's the same type of thinking. That's not how people work. It's not how those trends work. All right? Like, They assume the status quo will remain static, and it doesn't. Okay? It meant that in 2016, they were caught unaware by how much the country was becoming unglued. Yes, a white lash was a big part of Trump's electoral college win, but that doesn't explain everything. According to the highly respected University of Virginia Center for Politics, 15% of Trump voters had pulled the lever for Obama. When Hillary Clinton lost, the party explained it by saying she won the popular vote, and there was Russian election interference. Both true. But the party's institutional response should have been, holy shit, what did we do wrong that caused us to lose this fascist ass clown caked in orange concealer? Maybe if Democratic leaders pretended Elon Musk was a 22-year-old Palestinian from Dearborn, Michigan, they'd show more fight. And unironically, you guys know that they would. You guys know that if Elon Musk was like a Palestinian immigrant, these people would pull out like Kalashnikovs. They'd be pulling out. You'd see Dems like pulling out like automatic weaponry, calling for a revolution right now. Is right. Point number 5. Israel, Israel, Israel. In 2025, marching lockstep behind Israel means defending ethnic cleansing, war crimes, and billions in weapon sales so they continue unhampered. It's also taking the opposite position of what their potential voters, particularly young voters, want to see. To watch Trump yank Netanyahu to the ceasefire table was so enraging because Biden could have done that at any time. Instead of disciplining Netanyahu, Democrats armed him. They did this even at the price of not being able to do a rally on a college campus in an election season out of fear of being heckled. And due to the aforementioned isolation, they have no stomach for hecklers. When a Columbia University encampment for Gaza, led by Jews and Muslims, called for peace, Democratic darling Representative Jared Moskowitz compared the organizers to the Nazis of Charlottesville, instead of, say, comparing the actual Nazis around Donald Trump to Nazis. This is morally bankrupt, and voters know it. And that's absolutely true. Number 6, Democrats are allergic to raising people's expectations. And as a result, they cannot solve problems. Instead of codifying Roe legislatively after the Supreme Court killed it, they raised money off its death. Biden could have opened clinics on federal land. And before one says Trump would have just closed them, that's politics. Creating viral images of Trump shuttering abortion clinics. And before one says they didn't have the votes to codify Roe, think about how Trump's thugs cracked down on any Republican with even a stray musing that, for example, the drunk rapist with the Pat Riley hair and plausibly deniable white power tattoos shouldn't be in charge of the military. The contrast is shattering. President Biden let Senator Joe Manchin, a corrupt and charisma-free coal baron from a small, unwinnable state, become the most powerful person in the world. Real brawlers for the working class find a way to browbeat Manchin into voting accordingly. And I'm going to stop here, right? Because all of that is true. All of that is true. Dave Zirin in this piece, absolutely spitting. Absolutely spitting. I know some of you have asked for the link in chat. I'll link it. Don't you guys worry, but I'll link it after we're done. Like, the hypocrisy, the capitulation to people who, for the sake of moderation on its own, without like actual reasons to be moderate, just because it sounds good to be moderate, they capitulate to folks like Joe Manchin. For for no reason whatsoever outside of donor money, the entire Democratic Party capitulated to AIPAC. A real president, a real leadership does not get so easily bought. Continuing on. I get why people are maddened by Democratic Party fecklessness. It's easier to accept that we could build a fight, but the party is too cowardly. We also do not have the time, nor is there any sign of mass inclination to build a new third party for the working class. What we need to do is, yes, pressure these Democrats at every turn to fight and fight harder. I've made so many calls that my finger has become a misshapen claw, and you should be making calls too. We need to go to town halls during the current recess and raise hell. We must also start to organize independent plans at every demo to move past Democratic passivity. I'm gonna just pause here. And yeah, we cannot wait for these people to save us. We have to make them save us. We have to step in, go to their offices, look them in the eye, and demand action. We have to call them and let them hear the rage and the trembles in our voices. We have to pressure them by any of the means available to us. And we have to get those who are likewise frustrated and likewise feeling helpless to do the same. We have to protest them, embarrass them. We have to force them to act. If they want the embarrassments to end, if they want the heckling to stop, they need to do better. That needs to be the single unified message. We need action. And if they still look you in the eye and they say, no, then we need to look inside of our own communities and find ourselves someone who will carry out the will of the people. Find someone to primary them. And it might really come down to, like, you. Someone watching this might need to look inside of their own heart and say, I am that person. And step up, grab several people, and start a campaign. It might come down to us. Because God knows it's not going to be these people if they ignore our calls for a spine. They ignore our calls for action. So call, email, show up to their offices, show up outside of their places of work, protest, fight, because we have to. That is the circumstance we all find ourselves in. We cannot simply stand idly by anymore. Because that's what got us here. We cannot be complacent. We cannot simply say, oh, well, we'll get them next time. And you know what? If you really want to scare the fucking hell out of these clowns, you look at who their biggest donors are. If they're not responding to calls to their office, if they're not responding to you going to their office and looking them in the eye, if they're not responding to protests of their events, start protesting their donors. Start taking aim at the people who funded them. Because if they don't care about you, they definitely care about their money. We need to fight. Continuing on. I've been to several rallies in DC where I'm among hundreds of people ready to tear apart Elon's smug soldiers. But they end with Dems telling us not to lose the faith and, of course, to give them money. And then we go home. What's needed is not compliant shows of strength, but active disruption. If Representative Maxwell Frost is being stopped by security from entering the Department of Education, an absolute outrage, he shouldn't just tweet about it and raise money off of it. He should show up with hundreds of people. We are here, masses of us who would not be so easily moved. And if Frost wants to lead us inside, then more power to him. But if that's not his plan, he needs to get out of the way. Democratic Party leaders are not built for this moment. New DNC chief Ken Martin is no Merrick Edelman. But for the Democrats that get the stakes and the ones who want to fight, they need to realize that their audience is vast, and the time for niceties like abiding genocide enthusiast John Fetterman's efforts to become the new Manchin instead of openly planning to primary him is over. The salty old man in my life is ready to throw himself on the gears of this system, and he is not alone. I know a lot of you are in that same boat too. A lot of you are ready to throw yourself into the thick of it and gum up the working of this infernal machine until we can fix what has gone terribly wrong. If you're looking to organize with folks, join your local Democratic Party and show them how angry you are in the meetings. Join your local DSA. Plan protests. Make a point to plan protests in your area with these local groups. Make those protests sustainable so that it's not just one day of action, but multiple days of action wherever and however you can find them. Protest on the weekends. Protest when there is spare time. When several of you can get together. Protest. In DSA, if your local Dems are not responding to you, the DSA is a great vehicle to throw those Democrats out of office. So join your local DSA. Join your local Dems. Pressure them from the inside and the outside of the party. Often in your local Democratic groups, your national representatives will show up. Your elected officials will attend local Democratic meetings. We're in a time of increased responsibility. And this entire wretched machine requires us to comply and be complicit with it. It's time to stop complying and time to stop being complicit. And I'm gonna finish this. We're moving into a part 2 of this segment because I think it Dave Zirin's piece really dovetails nicely with the memo that came out today from Ken Martin, the DNC chair. Okay? We're going to go over this real quick. Now, this memo is titled Democrats will fight against Trump's war on working people. And I have to say, that's a good title. I like it. Some pretty words. Pretty words. But does Ken Martin have better than pretty words? Let's find out. Memorandum. 2 interested parties from Ken Martin, DNC chair, date February 18th, 2025. RE Democrats will fight against Trump's war on working people. When I talk about the state of the Democratic Party, I often speak about the impact of perceptions, what voters see, feel, and sense. I believe the canary in the coal mine for what happened on November 5th was the recent showing that, for the first time in modern history, Americans now see the Republicans as the party of the working class and Democrats as the party of the elites. I grew up in a working class family as the first son of a teen mom who had 4 kids by age 20, and I wouldn't be where I am today without Democrats who fought for policies to help families like mine not just get by, but get ahead. So, as the Trump agenda fails our nation's working communities, we have to take seriously the job of repairing and restoring the perceptions of our party and our brand. It's time to remind working Americans and also show them every day that the Democratic Party always has been and always will be the party of the worker. And I have to say, that's a pretty decent start, except for one bit. Right? This quote, we have to take seriously the job of repairing and restoring the perceptions of our party and our brand. No. You have to take seriously the project to do something. It is not enough to say you stand with the worker. It's not enough to signal that you support workers. You have to do something. You have to act. You have to have policy. So where is it, Ken? He goes on. My roots are in labor. I was the chair of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party for 14 years, the only party of its kind in the country that unites working people by name, where we went 25-0 in statewide races, secured 2 trifectas, and passed one of the most pro-family and pro-worker agendas in the nation. But before any of that, I proudly carried a union card and organized for the labor movement. I fundamentally believe that our party is grounded in the values, principles, and aspirations of the working class. As chair of the DNC, that belief will guide my decisions and approach in the years ahead. In contrast, in only his first month in office, it's become abundantly clear Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about the kitchen table issues that matter to most Americans. Trump and the billionaire advisors he has surrounded himself with don't give a damn about what it takes for a working family to put food on the table and keep a roof above their heads, let alone make a better life for themselves and their loved ones. When it comes to making real progress for working families, our greatest successes come when we unite together on the issues that connect us. The issue that connects us. Economic opportunity. That's what union power is all about. It's about building a multi-generational, multiracial coalition of every worker. As an organizer, I know alone no one person can take on the ultra-wealthy and the powerful. But by joining together in a union, working people have secured better wages, workplace protections, healthcare, and the weekend. Because here's the thing, unions expand opportunities for all workers, not just those who are members. At a time when Donald Trump and his billionaire backers are carving up the federal government to sell for parts and plotting to offset tax breaks with for their fat cat friends by taking money out of Americans' pockets, we need union power more than ever. Trump knows it too. That's why he's wasted no time dismantling workers' collective bargaining protections, elevating billionaires with records of offshoring, union busting, and workers' rights violations, and bringing his most dangerous and unpopular Project 2025 agenda to life. In response, as the true party of labor and working people, Democrats will stand with unions and up for all working people in the halls of Congress, in state houses, on the picket lines, and in the streets. With Donald Trump and his corrupt billionaire cabinet in office, the stakes have never been higher for the working people. Just take a look. I'm going to pause here. This is a wonderful ad for why everyone should join a union. This is a wonderful advertisement for why unions are good and useful. But you know what it's not? A plan of action from the leader of the Democratic Party. This tells us nothing about what Ken Martin's plan is. And I'm not going to bullshit you guys. Basically, the next page and a half, sorry, 2 pages, 2.5 pages are just all about the bad things Donald Trump is doing. And Donald Trump is doing a lot of bad things. You guys know that. I talk about it a lot here on the show. The issue is, I am not the head of the Democratic Party. I wasn't just elected DNC chair. I am not someone who is dictating the direction of the Democrats. I am a streamer who talks about the news and politics. And the issue here, folks, is that we need better from Ken. As he rightly points out, Donald Trump has done an awful lot of damage in his first month. He's been in office for 1 month, and the damage he's done is catastrophic. Planes falling out of the sky. Disease running rampant. Unelected billionaires usurping our democracy. And I'm just going to throw out there that if Donald Trump can do all of that in a month, Ken Martin probably shouldn't have put out this memo right before he fucks off on a nationwide tour. That's what he's doing with his time. He's touring the country to meet with local Democratic Party officials. And you know what? On principle, I don't necessarily disagree with that move. But there is a time and there is a place. And the time to do that is not during an administrative coup by the billionaires in the United States over the government of the United States of America. You don't fuck off as the leader of the opposition party while the Republicans are looting the country. While Democratic officials are being locked out of the Department of Education. Should folks protest Ken Martin when he arrives in their states? Yes! Demand action! Demand a plan! Demand more. Demand a fight. Because we do not need a tour of the country right now to see the damage that is being done. We need a fighter. Someone who will walk to the doors of the Department of Education that are being locked to members of Congress and to say, let me in before I break down this door. That's the kind of leadership we need. We do not need, in this moment of crisis, a man going around to every single congressional district in America while we're in the midst of a constitutional crisis. Do that after the crisis is over. It's a worthy project, just not right now. Firestar, awesome. That is not a question that is capable of being asked or answered here. For obvious reasons, I cannot tell you or advocate for you to use arms against the state. That should be pretty obvious. Do not Fed post. Those are questions to be asked on secure chat lines with vetted friends. Those are not questions for here. So I'm going to read the last paragraph of this memo from Ken Martin. In his first term, Donald Trump relentlessly pursued policies that harmed working families. But his first month back in office proves he was just getting started. Trump and his billionaire backers are hell-bent on attacking working families and dismantling the unions that protect workers in order to enrich themselves. As Democrats, it is our responsibility to stand up for the working people and unite behind the kitchen table issues that connect us all. As I take over as chair of the DNC, union workers and labor leaders will be core to my decision-making. As Trump wages his war on working families, Democrats will fiercely answer the call to my favorite old union song, Which Side Are You On? I'll tell you what, Democrats are on the side of the worker. We will show Americans every day that workers, in fact, do have more power than any billionaire. And that's it. The entire rest of the memo here is just about all of the bad things that Donald Trump has done. And they are extensive, and they are scary. They are worth talking about. But what we need from the leader of the Democratic Party is not a regurgitation of all of the bad things Donald Trump has done. It is a battle plan for what the Democrats will do. And just saying a bland platitude about centering unions, centering labor leaders, centering, the concerns of the worker, without laying out the policies you will embrace and put forward and pursue. It's all just hot air until you actually commit to the bit. So if if Ken Martin is coming to your neck of the woods, you protest him. You demand action from him. If he's taking questions from the crowd, you ask him what is he going to do, and don't let him weasel out with some petty bullshit about how he's going to center working class families. No, what is he actually going to do? What are the action points? We need better than platitudes. Platitudes will not save the republic. Jack, what kind of tour? It could be good. He's doing a tour of every congressional district. in America. And one shot, as I have said numerous times here, the idea of doing a tour like that as an incoming DNC chair is a good one. Doing it right now in the midst of a constitutional crisis, as hundreds of thousands of people get laid off, as we lose functionality of our government, and a modern day King George waltzes all over our Constitution, that's not the time for it. There's a time and a place, and right now, that isn't it. So, again, bringing it all back for a moment to Dave Zirin's piece. Why Democrats won't throw a real punch. It's because the entire consulting class, the entire Democratic establishment is riddled through with this neoliberal bullshit. Whether it is someone who is advising politicians or someone who is a politician, they are mealy-mouthed by design. And many of them agree with what Elon Musk is doing. Many of them have received money from donors who agree with what Elon Musk is doing, with what Donald Trump is doing. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is up to us to force the action that they do not want to take. So, email, call, visit their offices, protest them wherever they are, protest them even if you have to go to their donors to protest the donors for donating to them. That's what you got to do. That's the call to this particular moment. Now, if you need help on any of those fronts, okay? I'm gonna make it as easy for you as I can. All right? Here is a website, fivecalls.org. Okay? This website explains that for the sake of if you are going to call your representatives, call every single weekday, 5 calls. Each call every week you need to have a different topic Monday, different topic Tuesday, different topic Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You can repeat them next week. But the way these offices tally up and count these calls for your elected officials relies on you doing those 5 calls and making each one of those about something different. Okay? Additionally, you need to go and protest. You can find or make local protests with Indivisible via mobilize.us/indivisible. Okay? It's another tool you have at your disposal. If you have a little bit more gumption in you, you can also protest Elon Musk at your local Tesla dealership. There is a new website called Tesla Takedown, started by Alex Winter, Hollywood director Alex Winter. Sell your Teslas, dump your stock, stop Musk now. Take action at Tesla showrooms. You can find protests with this website. Okay? Additionally, folks, rack your brains. Join your local Democratic Party. If you need help finding them, you can join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly. Dragonfly in our Discord is our resident Democrat whisperer. She will help you find your local Democrats, join them, and hopefully radicalize them. We also have in our Discord Gamergy. If you need help joining your local DSA, talk with Gamergy or Christina. Both work. Okay? Talk with Christina. She will help you join your local DSA. We have had dozens of people now join their local DSAs and start becoming more politically active. And let's make that an even bigger number. Yes, Alex Winter of Bill and Ted. Yes. So, we've got work to do. A lot of work to do. And they're not going to make it easy for us. But we're going to do that work. Because we have to. And we'll try and have some fun along the way. We'll do our best. Fuck Donald Trump, fuck Elon Musk, and fuck these fascist ghouls. Oh, the shirt says homosexual tendencies. Whew. Well, One Shot, he's going to be meeting with local Democratic officials, local union officials, etc. Again, not a bad idea to tour the country to shore up your DNC chairmanship and like get different localized ideas and like build your 50 state strategy out. But like, it's not like they live in a bubble, guys. Like it's not like the DNC folks aren't aware of what's happening in Washington, D.C. They know what's happening. They're just choosing to do their tour right now rather than dealing with the crisis. Well, Comrade Girl, I believe he is touring every congressional district, so we'll see. Well, folks, we've now been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Please share the YouTube stream if you're enjoying it as well. Tell your friends, your family, your neighbors, etc. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because as you can tell, this is the streams lately are taking a toll on my vocal cords. I think you can all hear it. I think you can all hear that my voice hurts. And also, please consider dropping those subs and donos, memberships, super chats, etc. What's democracy to do? Whew. I don't know how you all stay sane. It's hard to engage all the time because things are so scary. Honestly, Isaac H., I find that engaging with it and taking action helps me to feel better. You know? Like, talking about it is a way to kind of drain the poison from the wound for me. being able to express how fucking angry and incensed I am at our current predicament and seeing that you guys also feel that makes me feel much more grounded and sane, you know? I have a prison question about gender. A, a prison question about gender. That domain mentioned if they get jailed for protesting, they'll get sent to men's prison, and I wanted to collect some takes about where to ideally jail trans people for crimes like these. For real crimes, like, because they're non-binary. And it genuinely occurred to me, where does a leftist jail and true criminal that is also non-binary not get a wait, they're non-binary? It genuinely occurred to me, where does a leftist jail the true criminal that is also non-binary, not a protester? But you see, the true solution to your conundrum there, friend, is to do away with prisons. The true solution to that conundrum is simply to embrace prison abolition. Barring that, however, I do think that, like, generally speaking, you could just allow the person involved to choose, I would think. Wait, no, like, even Star Trek has prisons? I mean, in wait, no, but, like, we could not we actually could have no prisons. We have like, having prisons is a societal choice. I'm not gonna get into a whole, like, prison abolition debate, but, like, just understand that there is a possible world out there where there are no prisons. um, yeah, but Norwegians haven't embraced
What
prison
would you
abolition.
like to see us non-Nusians do? I feel a lot of this shit is in pipeline for us in a couple of years. Thanks for good work, Solidarity.
Honestly, what I want to see you guys do is I want to see you guys get involved in your local politics. I want to see you guys protesting, because I know that the rising tide of fascism is hitting a lot of other countries. And I would love to see you guys, just as you are seeing us attempt to fight it here as much as we can, fight it there as much as you can. Understand that the invisible line between our countries does not keep you safe from this ideology or its influence. So I'd love to see you guys out there involved in your local political scenes, protesting, and equally as you see us take action, also come down on any kind of fascist rearing their head in your neck of the woods. Come down on them hard, because it'll be a lot easier to step on that snake before it multiplies. No, Nash, it's okay. I genuinely, in our current system, I would just, like, leave it up to the non-binary individual to decide. And also, like, even if you are gonna have prisons, ideally the men's prison would be made a lot better. Because the reason a lot of the reason there's any kind of, like, debate over, like, oh, but someone might fake being trans to get to the women's prison, is because men's prison is acknowledged to be exponentially more horrid and horrible than women's prison. So again, the solution kind of comes down to, we need to systematically reform men's prisons to the point where it's not just an accepted part of the punishment that you might get raped in men's prison. Like, that's not, yeah, like maybe we should not just accept that and turn that into a societal joke. Yeah, Eddie, I didn't want a prison abolition conversation, because I'm not ready to have that conversation. So I'm not sure why you're trying to push the issue. Like when I say like, "Oh man, I don't want to have that conversation." And you're like, "Well, you can never have that anyway. End of conversation." No, fuck you. Sorry. I think you just lack imagination. Like, if you think that it is impossible to have a society without a prison, I think you might not be up on your history. All I'll say on that one. Plenty of societies have existed without prison. Hello, cute dark arts. I'm trying to come up with a solution that the prison complex would go for to build more prisons for trans people. Well, there aren't going to be there's never going to be such a thing as a prison for trans people, the same way there will never be just transgender only bathrooms. Like the way you're trying to go about fixing the problem would be completely solved simply by making men and women's prison equivalent in their quality and safety. The solution is not building trans prisons. The solution is simply acknowledging transgender people are a shockingly small part of the population, and that the real solution is improving the conditions in our existing prisons and, continuing to improve them until we maybe no longer need them. It's kind of my position. Good shit. We're talking good shit. Hell yeah. Ooh, folks, do we got any oilers out there? Oil for the oil machine? Beep, boop, boop. No, we're not yelling at dumb chatters. It's okay. Oh, wooga. Wait, Salmon Moose, have you not had coffee yet at 3:30 in the afternoon? God damn. Oh, backstretch. Oof. Oof. Jack starting wars for oil. It's true. I mean, right now, chat, I'm just throwing it out there that YouTube chat making all the other chats look silly. YouTube chat reigning supreme right now by an order of magnitude hitherto unseen in my streaming days. Yeah, John Bainbridge, we got a lot of Aussie viewers. Cis people go to regular prison, transgender people go to cool prison with a half pipe and a theater program. I like that idea. Whew. Doing kickflips in my cell. Did you see the vid you sent in DMs? DMs on which platform? You'll have to let me know. Beep boop. Hell yeah, Burning Bush Dragon. Let's go. Welcome to the Discord. Over on Discord? I have not seen this. I'll maybe take a look at it.
So almost
I don't know. I don't know anything about this content creator, and new content creators make me nervous. But I will check it out. Off stream. Wanted to see what this button does before I dono. Well, Caracal, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Trans people Manueling across the b-ball courts? What? YouTube is great because I'm here. True. Y'all improve whatever rooms you're in. What does the rest of the short say? Oh, the shirt? It just says homosexual tendencies with a skeleton wearing like a queer 80s leather jacket. Lady Raincloud, as I started reading your comment, in my head, I was picturing the knee-high program or the thigh-high
I went to
programming
my
socks.
local elected official's office and was escorted out of the building by security while an aide said, "We tried to send you a message by screening your calls. You can't be in this building."
Huh. When you were calling them, were you cussing them out? Because you do have to, when you call them and when you visit them, you do have to be polite. That is a thing that goes a long way.
Finally had the energy to shave mood somehow 1000 times better. Ready for the tough news. From Caracal.
Yeah, the shaving can definitely be like a mood changer. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Caracal. Glad you're feeling better. I did go to a local meeting with the official and ask them to be better about not supporting Israel. Interesting. Interesting. Balthazar, in that particular case, I would maybe reach out to local media. Reach out to local media and let them know that your local elected official is kicking constituents out of their office with police or security, and let them know that you're going to go try and visit again because they're your elected official, and ask if they want to tag along. That's what I would suggest. Hello, Jack. How do we defeat the ruling class? By mobilizing and organizing. If we can't mobilize people to protest, we certainly can't mobilize people to any greater action than that. So we start with mobilizing to protest. And hopefully, that'll be enough. You also, when you join your local Dems to radicalize them, you need to approach them with common sense ideas that will radicalize them. A lot of them are not going to take it well if you start calling them like supporters of genocide or whatever. But if you radicalize them on other issues and you get them to like baby step their way towards like embracing human rights, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then you might be able to then broach like more difficult topics. Got to treat them like temperamental children. Damn, Sarah. Sorry you're blue. The only time I know of a constituent being kicked out of office here is a man that went into the mayor's office, yelled at he's the second coming of Christ, and proceeded to strip naked. I took the 911 call. That was a fun day. Damn. Not Tim Rogers. That just means you're a class traitor. One of the best kinds of class traitors. Eddie, I barely use Twitter. Sometimes I use Twitter to like source stories or like look at what conservatives are up to, but mostly I just sometimes thirst trap or say that I'm live, stuff like that. But most of the time I'm on Blue Sky these days. Yeah, Isaac H. Any of the farther left groups than DSA that I've encountered in my time covering politics are jokes that aren't actually interested in doing anything other than fundraising or being weird cults, frankly. And I don't have time for clicky bullshit. I want to actually do stuff. Like all I'll say is that if you encounter a political group that say, I don't know, prevents members from being critical of decisions made by the leadership, I think that maybe that's a bad political movement to be a part of. Are you in the Socialist Rifle Association? What's your opinion of them? Um, I am not personally in the Socialist Rifle Association, but depending on your chapter, like your local Socialist Rifle Association, your mileage may vary. Some are good, some are really not. But if your local Socialist Rifle Association is not great, check out your local John Brown gun clubs. Yeah, no, Rhombus, that's exactly it. Like your local Socialist Rifle Association or local John Brown Gun Club can be either great or just kind of okay, or it can be actually actively terrible. It really, really depends. Okay, let's see. We are not even through our top stories yet. But my voice hurts so much. All right. Use some honey tea. Maybe. I'm gonna get myself some more liquid. I will be back in a couple minutes. You guys chill. When we come back, we'll be talking about a lot of the court stuff that happened today. We'll be talking about transgender wins, which are rare in our current time. We'll be talking about what's going on with some of the ongoing lawsuits. That's interesting. And we will also we'll also dive into some other issues. We'll talk about the Donald Trump press conference that happened earlier today that has, I think, some pretty big implications. So we'll talk about all of that when I return. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos while I'm gone. BRB.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims upon us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological.
I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me.
The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes.
And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water. No more water.
No more water. Fire.
Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrongs. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire. Fire next time. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land when it comes to your union land. If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land on industrial union band. Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land on industrial union band. Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. There is power in this band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law
just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity. our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, seen cavaliers by name. Your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The cavaliers are foes, stand up now, stand up now. The cavaliers are foes, stand up now. The cavaliers are foes, themselves they do disclose, by verses not in prose, to please the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all their law, to keep poor men in awe. But they no vision saw to maintain such a law. Stand up now, diggers all. The gentry are all round. Stand up now, stand up now. The gentry are all round. Stand up now. The gentry are all round. On each side they are found. Their wisdom so profound, to cheat us of our ground. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now. Your houses they pull down, to fright your men in town. But the gentry must come down, and the poor shall wear the crown. Stand up now, diggers all. The lawyers they conjoin, stand up now, stand up now. The lawyers they conjoin, stand up now. To arrest you they advise, such fury they devised. The devil in them lies and hath blinded both their eyes. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now. Since tyranny came in, they count it now no sin to make a jail a gin, to starve poor men therein. Stand up now, diggers all. The clergy they come in, stand up now, stand up now. The clergy they come in, stand up now. The clergy they come in and say it is a sin that we should now begin our freedom for to win. Stand up now, diggers all. The tithes they yet will have, stand up now, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have, and lawyers their freeze crave. And this they say is brave, to make the poor their slaves. Stand up now, diggers all. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests, stand up now, stand up now. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests, stand up now. For tyrants they are both, even flat against their oath. To grant us they are loath, free meat and drink and clothes. Stand up now, diggers all. With spades and hoes and plows, stand up now, stand up now. With spades and hoes and plows, stand up now. Your freedom to uphold, seeing cavaliers are bold, to kill you if they could, and rights from you to hold. Stand up now, diggers all.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
all you fascists bound to lose.
Yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
Yes.
All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. Bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose.
Oh, you fascist bound to lose, bound to lose, you fascist bound to lose. Okay. Hello, everyone. Horizon, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs while I was gone. Look at you, trying desperately to restore the honor of Riverboat Chat. Desperately. Hello. Also saw a documentary this morning about an old Minneapolis anti-fascist group called the Baldies. Really inspiring stuff, especially for the times we're now in. It's true, Minneapolis do be anti-fash as hell. Fascists, get the fuck out of my city. Also, for those of you who are having trouble donating, here's a link to the Streamlabs. I have Streamlabs. You can donate through that if, for whatever reason, you can't donate through the site. You'll also still get the ba-ding on screen, so that's nice. I do not have aloe vera drink, sorry. Do I look like I'm made out of aloe vera drink money? Jack, since you brought up shaving, I have a random question. As a trans woman, do you still have to shave your face ever? I'm a cis man that stays clean shaven because I hate beards. Yes, I do. I hate it. About 3 years ago, I stopped doing electrolysis. Largely because it became like too expensive to do that and also live while streaming full time. So I cut that to just kind of be able to make rent. Hopefully the channel continues to keep doing well and I can start it again. I'd really like to never have to shave again. Let's see. You must remember there's always money in the banana stand. It's true. There is. I thought electrolysis got rid of it all. Electrolysis got rid of a lot of the hair, but nope, still need to finish it off. Got a trans flag colored Monster Energy that is Vikings themed. That's pretty cool. Oh, someone asked for a link to the playlist. Here you go. Be Juice Maker. Here you go. That sucks. I hate it. Hopefully I imagine getting a job at the electrolysis store will make it more available to you, Charlie. I got you. You got it. I believe in you. What topics have we covered here so far tonight? So far, we have covered that we don't know who the fuck is running DOGE. And we've covered why Democrats aren't doing shit. And we're about to start talking about some other stuff. Hoarse voice? Yes. Speaking loudly and forcefully for 7 hours yesterday, plus 2.5 hours today. It's been a lot for my vocal cords. Electrolysis also makes me cry. I'm such a babby. Just say you're being sultry. Yeah, I got that vocal fry that all the kids are going wild for. Have I tried laser hair removal? I did that first. But you see, the issue that I run into is that my hair is red and blonde on my face. Those colors of hair don't get hit as much by laser. So, you know, gotta do electrolysis. Oh, mommy. What if hair dye? It doesn't. You gotta. It has to be the root of the hair. Can anyone explain what the difference between a libertarian and a conservative is? A conservative generally wants small, centralized government, but a libertarian doesn't want any government or wants the lowest possible amount of government. How many sessions did it take? Of laser, like, I don't know, like 12? 15? Gotcha. That is the simplest version I can give you, Screech. It is obviously more complicated than that, but libertarianism is anarchism for rich people. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I would say classical libertarianism is the opposite of that. I myself, if I had to give you a very specific label for what I advocate for, like some form of like libertarian socialism is something I would like. You know? Setting up a government structure that maximizes the amount of freedom people have to, live their lives. And I think that'd be great. Now, let's jump in to some of this legal kerfuffle that is unfolding. That's the technical term for it, folks. Legal kerfuffles. Okay? Here we go. So, folks, there has been a number of different legal fights happening. Law-nanigans. I just that got me by surprise in chat. Thank you for making me giggle at the beginning of this segment. But one of the things we've been keeping a really close eye on has been where Judge Tanya Chutkan is going to land on the DOGE question, which basically, to catch you guys up to speed, 19 different states' attorneys general filed for a temporary restraining order against DOGE from accessing the Treasury payment system. Now, Judge Chutkan was set to decide on that today, and she issued her ruling. Now, unfortunately, she has declined to grant the temporary restraining order, which is bad. It's not good. The issue being that, as far as she could tell from the arguments put forward by the states, that the states had not been able to demonstrate that harm had been done to their constituents. And in order for the restraining order to be granted, the harm had to have been done or demonstrable. So she felt that it was her legal duty to not grant that restraining order. However, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at some of the, despite the fact that she did not issue the temporary restraining order, the TRO. You'll be seeing TRO a lot in the news stories about these. That said, plaintiffs raise a colorable appointments clause claim with serious implications. Musk has not been nominated by the president, nor confirmed by the U.S. Senate, as constitutionally required for officers who exercise significant authority pursuant to the laws of the United States. Bypassing this significant structural safeguard of the Constitution scheme, Musk has rapidly taken steps to fundamentally reshape the executive branch. Even defendants concede there is no apparent source of legal authority granting DOGE the power to take some of the actions challenged here. Accepting plaintiffs' allegations as true, defendants' actions are thus precisely the executive abuses that the Appointments Clause seeks to prevent. But even a strong merits argument cannot secure a temporary restraining order at this juncture. Plaintiffs legitimately call into question what appears to be the unchecked authority of an unelected individual and an entity that was not created by Congress and over which it has no oversight. In these circumstances, it must be indisputable that this court acts within the bounds of its authority. Accordingly, it cannot issue a TRO, especially one as wide-ranging as plaintiffs request, without clear evidence of imminent, irreparable harm to these plaintiffs. The current record does not meet that standard. So, unfortunately, part of the issue here is that courts are reactive and rarely are courts proactive. So, unfortunately, there needs to be a demonstrable harm before a TRO can be deployed. That being said, one of the interesting parts of this ruling is that Tanya Chutkan puts on the record that Elon Musk is in fact butting up against the Constitution and is in fact
the other fun part of
possibly
my
violating
experience
it.
showing up at my local DIM meeting was getting called a self-hating Jew and traitor to my faith despite being an atheist, for asking the rep to be better.
Yeah, I can't speak to your personal experience at your local Democratic meeting. That being said, grab some friends next time and go. Keep showing up until they get better. I do appreciate the $10 super chat, though. It sucks, but we got to make our local Dems better. That's kind of like one of the burdens placed upon all of us at this point in time. Grab a bunch of friends to go to those local Democratic meetings. Because you know what? They deserve to be there too. But what's interesting here is that even though Judge Tanya Chutkan has closed the door on the possibility of a temporary restraining order for the potential harms of DOGE, what she has done is demonstrate that the court is aware of the illegality and blatant oversteps being taken by DOGE. And that's very interesting. That's something that can be used in the future. That is an indication, especially if that case were to be brought before her again, but this time with, say, about the constitutionality, for example, of DOGE or Elon Musk being unelected and unselected by Congress. That she might be amenable to arguments like that. Yes, it lays it doesn't lay the precedent, but it lays kind of a foundation upon which one could create a precedent, which is important for a case that will have the magnitude of something like that. So that's an interesting event that happened today. Okay. And yeah. Also, Tanya Chutkin in page 6 of her her decision, the court is aware of DOGE's unpredictable actions. That DOGE's unpredictable actions have resulted in considerable uncertainty and confusion for plaintiffs and many of their agencies. But the possibility that defendants may take actions that irreparably harm plaintiffs is not enough. Feared possibilities fall short of the imminent threat of injury.
I'm waiting for the good news. This feels like a cop-out for the judge, like the Mueller report version 2. How is anyone supposed to investigate or prove harm? Discovery? Time is short.
That the issue is we gotta work with the parts we got. This is a defeat. I'm not trying to bullshit you about that. It's not good. That being said, even in the defeat, there is something there for us to build on. And wallowing in the defeat does us no good. So that's all I'm kind of throwing out there. Yeah, I don't know, like I don't know how to like present it in any other way other than, well, this sucks. It sucks. And the good news is that I also don't think that she would be I don't think she would be against this case being reintroduced once there's demonstrable harm, like some mishandling of data or some better argument from the states, frankly. No, immunity breakdown, it's fair. I think, though, what this order does, and that is more useful for us, is to point the way forward. And that way is attacking DOGE itself and DOGE's authority itself. It is an illegal organization headed by an unknown figure, manipulated by Elon Musk, an unelected, unappointed billionaire. It is interesting and good that we have a foundation and an arrow pointing us in a direction that would yield us better results. Because insofar as we're looking at the state of play, we can demonstrate the harm that Elon Musk and DOGE are doing across all of government, but maybe not specifically in this case. Does that make sense? Having a foundation on which to build upon in a positive and productive direction, I think, is good. Well, Christina, that's the thing. The issue is Elon definitely is running DOGE. However, today, a spokesperson for the White House issued a sworn statement that Elon Musk is not the head of DOGE, is not in charge of DOGE. So, like, the more we get these people to commit to legal statements, the more they're going to wrap themselves in circles and therefore become more vulnerable to legal attacks. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get out here. They're lying to cover their asses, but those lies only go so far. Especially when you've got like half the United States gunning with lawsuits, you know? Okay. Moving on. Just a bit of good news. A federal judge has ordered the reinstatement of Kathy Harris atop the Merit Systems Protection Board, ruling Trump's decision to fire her exceeded his authority. There have been a number of cases like this today, where different fired personnel or heads have been reinstated, different rulings that have said Donald Trump has exceeded his authority, this person has to be brought back, etc. So, like, that's good. There is some legal momentum here. Now, let's get to the big wins of today. So, folks, one of the things we all recognize is that transgender people in America right now have it a bit rough. You know, we haven't been racking up those W's. Okay? Haven't been able to do it. And one of the things that is really nice to see is that today, our legal system really went to bat for transgender people. And that was nice. You know, it's the bare minimum, but it's nice. What do I mean by that? Well, first we got Chris Geidner here from Law Dork. Judge Royce Lamberth converted his temporary restraining order against enforcement of the anti-trans prison provisions from January 20th, sex definition executive order, into a preliminary injunction because, although the government suggested at the TRO hearing that it would present ameliorative steps to protect trans women, it did not. Now, for those of you who are like, wait, what does this mean? Well, so Donald Trump on the 20th, one of the first executive orders that Donald Trump signed into law was basically one that targeted trans women, specifically trans women in prison. And trans women in prison, he basically signed an order that is like, well, trans women are liars and they're actually men, so they should go to men's prison. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but that was the gist of it. And, well, a judge stepped in and said, hey, I'm temporarily halting this because you need to have like a way to not violate these women's rights. And well, let's see how that went, because they were like, whoa, we'll do something for the trans ladies. It's okay. We got them. Don't we'll show you, we'll come up with some special steps, and trans women will be loving their time in men's prison. Okay? Again, paraphrasing. All legal. All legalese. Instead, the defendants pointed to speculative action that the Bureau of Prisons might take to mitigate those harms, and thus assuage the court's Eighth Amendment concerns.
What's with treating trans men like confused lesbians and trans women as opportunistic predators?
What do you mean? What's with it? It's transphobia. It's bigotry. That's what it is. It's bigotry and patriarchy combined into one horrible abomination. Those hypothetical measures were insufficient to defeat the plaintiffs' largely uncontroverted evidence of harm. So basically, the court was like, hey, what if we, hypothetically did something to help trans women? And the court, the judge is just like, you can't just propose hypothetical measures and not implement them to deal with a real harm actively being done right now. It doesn't work like that.
The treating of trans women as predators is cis men telling on themselves imho.
I mean, it is partly that, but it's also patriarchy. It is patriarchal standards that expect men to behave like that. All right. The temporary restraining order noted that the revelation of additional facts then unknown to the court could affect the plaintiff's likelihood of success on the merits. However, since the issuance of the temporary restraining order, the court has received no further information about what ameliorative steps, if any, the government intends to or would take if the plaintiffs were to be transferred and deprived of their prescribed medications per the terms of the executive order. So basically, under the terms of this temporary restraining order, the court was like, hey, I mean, if you provide us evidence of what these ameliorative steps would be, like how you would actually make it better when you deprive trans women of their medications and move them into a men's prison, we'll revisit this temporary restraining order. And then in response to that, over the last month, the Trump administration said exactly nothing. And so it has been, the temporary restraining order has become a preliminary injunction, meaning it is even more enforced by law. So this is a huge win for trans women. It's good. I'm glad we won today. Big old W. I'm just looking up real quick what a preliminary injunction is. Preliminary injunction versus temporary restraining order. Oh, okay. So basically, the temporary restraining order goes until like it's an emergency measure. It's passed by the court, and then gives the court time to figure something out. And if the court still sides with the restraining order, it becomes a preliminary injunction. It's kind of like a Pokemon evolving, if you will. So TRO evolved. It became a preliminary injunction. Beep boop. So that's one W for trans women. But it's not done yet, folks, because we got more wins for trans people. All right? More W's are on the way. Specifically for Donald Trump's anti-trans executive order. And let me tell you guys, this is maybe some of the most incredible courtroom interactions I've ever seen. And I only wish I could have it on camera so that we could, like, watch it unfold. But these interactions are honestly jaw-dropping. All right? I'm going to read you a couple of these interactions. And I think you'll understand here just what I mean, okay? So, real quick. Here's one interaction between Judge Reyes and the Department of Justice
Why do we
attorney.
have Pop-Tarts but not Mom-Tarts? Because of the patriarchy.
Balthazar, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that. And the pun. So Reyes asks, can we agree that the greatest fighting force is not going to be impacted in any way by less than 1% of the soldiers using a different pronoun than others might want to call them? Department of Justice attorney, I can't agree with that here. Reyes, would you agree with me that if our military is negatively impacted in any kind of way that matters, we all have a lot bigger problems than pronoun use? We have a military that is incompetent. Any common sense, rational human being knows that it doesn't. It is pretext. It is frankly ridiculous. If you want to get me an officer of the United States military who is willing to get on the stand and say that because of pronoun usage, the US military is less prepared because of pronoun usage, I will be the first to give you a box of cigars. But guys, even more incredible exchange. Reyes, the order calls an entire category of people dishonest, dishonorable, undisciplined, immodest, who lack integrity, people who have taken an oath to defend this country, people who have been under fire, people who have received medals for taking fire for this country. I want to know from the government whether that language expresses animus. Does that express animus? Department of Justice attorney, not in any constitutional. Reyes, in a common sense way. This is a policy from the President of the United States affecting thousands of people. To call an entire group of people lying, dishonest people who are undisciplined, immodest, and have no integrity, how is that anything other than showing animus? Department of Justice attorney, I don't have an answer for you. Reyes, you do have an answer. You just don't want to give it. People can make solid arguments as to why some, or even most, transgender people shouldn't be in the military. We're dealing with unadulterated animus. We are dealing with the President of the United States, dealing with a group of people serving their country and calling them liars. This is in brackets. Reyes then said she changed her courtroom orders to bar people who graduated from UVA law school from appearing before her because they are all liars and lack integrity and are undisciplined and can't possibly meet the high rigors of being a lawyer for the government. She made the Department of Justice lawyers sit down on that basis. Then after he did, she called him back up and asked whether that was a display of animus. And that is one of the most incredible things I have ever heard a judge do. Like, oh my God. Treated him like a goddamn child. And, you know, like, it's very clear in some of these interactions that, like, the Department of Justice attorney was out of his depth. Okay? It's pretty incredible.
If anyone is in doubt that all the anti-trans bills are not based in anything other than prejudice and petty spite, this story demonstrates it clearly.
It absolutely does, one-eyed heathen. They can't defend it in court. They literally have no facts. It's just trans people are liars. That's it. And just some of the coverage from like legal reporters on this is interesting. So this again is Chris Geidner reporting. Are you kidding me right now? Says Judge Reyes, when the Department of Justice says that changes made during the first Trump administration had nothing to do with the injunction against the initial anti-trans ban then, which is wild, wild stuff. Oh, God. The Department of Justice is in a ridiculous position of Trump's own making, but they're trying to argue both that the executive order does nothing to claim the case isn't ripe, and then justify the military's actions pausing all current medical procedures. Like, it's not an arguable position what they were put in charge of pushing in the courts. Well, Lady Rainclad, I think she is sympathetic to trans people. I think what she means is, like, you can make some kind of intellectual, possibly fact-based argument that trans people shouldn't be in the military, not that that argument is salient. I think that what she's saying is, you know, you could find and manipulate studies to try and provide like a fact-based argument for banning trans people from the military, but they aren't even doing that. Like, it's the executive order is just being backed up by trans people are icky, though, you know? Do you think Trump's only me and the attorney general can interpret the law for the executive is in response to this and the resignations? I think it is in response to this, the resignations, and is also in line with Russell Vaught's unitary executive theory that is being tested at the moment. So it's a lot in response to the ongoing legal kerfuffles. It's incredible stuff. Judge Reyes highlights the inaccurate biological reality of the January 20th sex definition executive orders claim that there are only two sexes. Quote, this executive order is premised on an incorrect biological assessment, she tells the DOJ lawyer Lynch, who has no response. The Department of Justice refuses to say whether pronoun usage harms military preparedness, and Reyes is not happy about it. You have 10 days to find me a person, a commissioned officer who says so, and they will have to get on the stand and discuss their position. Like, some of the most incredible stuff going on in this. Like, Reyes is asking for what evidence there is for various statements in the executive order. Department of Justice says there is no specific evidence at this time on this record. The Department of Justice refuses to say whether it demeans trans people to say the final point. Oh, God. They are utterly incapable of arguing this in court, which is honestly, it makes me feel better to see the like absolute incompetence of this. Yeah, no, this is basically the equivalent of going into the courtroom and saying, but we really, really want it to happen, Judge. Ooh. Like, it's the lawyer baby gambit. You know, what if we just turn up in the courtroom in like a baby diaper and shit our pants? Maybe then the judge will recognize we're just little birthday boys and we should get our way. Oh, God. One of the incredible things here, Reyes makes clear the pronoun issue will be part of her animus consideration because she questions whether it relates to preparedness or cohesion, or instead is just a way to single out transgender people for ridicule. Which, yeah, it is!
I like to ask the MAGA people why they're okay with the gender-neutral bathroom in their house, but not the stores.
Genuinely. In response to part of the Department of Justice's statements on pronouns, the judge literally said out loud in the courtroom, every single pronoun in the history of mankind has been invented. It's literally like talking to a child. Like introducing the concept to a child that language is invented. It's incredible. I have never seen anything like this in a courtroom. This is honestly on par for me with that one court case that got a Rick and Morty sketch made of it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where like the defendant just keeps telling the judge to suck his dick. Like, it's like that, but it's the Department of Justice. Incredible. Wait, that was real? That was real axolotls with cream. That was a real court transcript. If I say no, will you play it? I think I can get away with playing that, just real quick. I don't know if I can play the whole thing. But yeah, this is a court case. State of Georgia versus Denver, Fenton, Allen.
Okay, okay, Mr. Allen.
Right.
I believe that.
I don't think I can like show this on screen while we do it, but I think you listening to it will convey it enough.
That your case was going to trial not this Monday, but the following Monday. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, I tell you, if you need to tell me something, I'll let you come up here to the podium so you can speak into the microphone and I can hear you.
Yes, the attorney here, I'm wanting to fire him.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, I don't feel like he's doing any...
Who are you going to hire?
I'm not going to hire nobody. I'm going to try to get a different public defender.
There isn't... You have a right to an attorney.
This lawyer has...
You don't have a right to a specific attorney.
This lawyer has made sexual advances on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I had to let him give me oral sex. He's had doctors at Central State Hospital put a false diagnosis on me.
Okay, I know Mr. Wyatt pretty well, and I don't think he has the ability to make doctors at Central State do anything.
Well, they did it, and he's the one that had me sit down there.
Well, they may have done it, but I don't think that he had anything to do with it.
All right, well, he won't give me the discovery. There's things in discovery he's supposed to give me the incident and told me that it was the discovery.
Okay.
They're alternating documents that I've read.
If you want the indictment,
verbatim.
I'll make sure you get a copy of the indictment.
No, I'm saying I got the indictment, but he's not complying with discovery.
Okay.
I'm supposed to get the autopsy report, the coroner report,
it's
pictures
so
of
good.
the crime scene.
coroner report?
Criminal background records. I want.
Is this a murder?
In the county jail.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm supposed to get the criminal background records, investigational summaries.
just the judge's split second of shock that this is a murder case. A coroner.
What discovery do you have?
I've given him everything I have.
You've given him everything you have?
Yes, sir.
He's given you everything.
This is a murder case, and
This
is a murder case, and you're telling me the only thing on discovery is a 4-page indictment?
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying he's given you everything he has.
He ain't giving me no autopsy report. He ain't giving me no coroner's report. He ain't giving me...
Well, it may be that he doesn't have that. I don't know.
That's what I've been trying to get. He didn't give me pictures of the crime scene. I've seen other people go to trial on murder charges. I've seen what you're supposed to get. I'm not going to work with this attorney.
Well,
it's not gonna happen.
You've got
I'm not going to trial with this attorney.
Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with them, or two, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think that's...
And I've got a right to have...
Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life.
So basically, you're sitting here telling me
now,
you're gonna find me guilty if I go to trial and try to defend myself?
You're probably right. That would be my guess if you try to defend yourself. You don't know anything about selecting a jury, do you?
No.
Do you know anything about cross-examining witnesses?
No.
Do you know anything about criminal procedure?
I know I don't have to let...
Do you know anything?
This guy suck my...
Let me...
To get some legal representation.
You know something? I'll be honest, Mr. Allen. I really don't believe that.
Well, I'm not concerned if you believe it or not. I'm supposed to have a right to an attorney, and I'm not gonna work with this attorney.
Well, that's up to you.
So I hold myself in contempt if you try to pull me up here to court with that attorney.
That's fine. I mean, that's up to you.
I
told you what your choices are. You can go to trial.
I'm just telling you.
Listen to me.
I'll hold myself into contempt.
Listen to me.
You.
Listen to me.
Go yourself. I'm through here. Y'all done?
I'm finding you in contempt of court.
I don't care.
I know you don't, and I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm gonna add 20 days for everything you say.
You.
40 days.
You again.
60.
Go yourself.
A year.
Your mama.
10 years.
Suck my.
You know something? This is gonna be an interesting trial.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
You're not supposed to smile in court. You know that if you smile,
I can smile anytime I want.
It's a violation. Now you're cussing and yelling at me.
I have not cussed.
Yeah, you did.
I am yelling.
Well, go yourself. Suck my.
That's why I'm yelling.
Suck my.
You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person I think I've ever met.
You reckon if I let you suck my that I could get a fair trial here?
Oh, I don't think so.
I got a big now, and if I pull it out...
I don't think that's gonna get you a fair trial unless you have every one of the jurors do it.
I don't think that mouth is big enough, sir. I've got a big old donkey.
You know, I'm sure mine's not.
I've got a big old donkey for that ass.
Good. I'm sure the women love it.
I don't girls.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I boys.
Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men.
I boys.
You prefer men, right?
I white boys.
You white or black?
God.
White boys.
Oh, butt boys?
With big butts.
Oh, of course. You know, you look like a queer.
Well, okay, so now you're calling me a queer in the courtroom?
I didn't call you one. I said you looked like one.
You're yelling.
Do you understand the English language?
Wait, you're yelling, you're laughing.
Do you understand the English language?
This is kangaroo court, sir.
You know what? No, we're not in Australia.
I mean, if you want to suck my you can do it any time now. We can get this court order.
You're so smart.
Do we have to court order this?
You're so funny. You're so cute.
Can we get a court order to get my sucked, sir?
You're so cute. I know all the inmates just love you to death.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
All the white butt boys love me to death, too.
Okay, well, I'll bet they do. And I bet all the rest of them do, too.
You ain't supposed to smile in court.
I'll bet everybody enjoys sucking your
You ain't supposed to be smiling in court. That's a violation.
I can smile anytime my dadgum want to.
Now you're yelling at me again.
I am. I'm yelling.
You're getting mad.
Can you hear me?
You're shaking.
I am yelling at you.
Well, reckon you could suck my
Yelling.
Can you take a break?
Yelling.
Can you take a break?
I'm yelling at you.
Can you take a break?
Yelling.
Can I get my sucked?
Can you hear me? Yelling.
Can I get my sucked?
Yelling. Yelling.
Are you ready to suck now? You got it all out?
You know something?
You will, but you want me to you in the butt then, right?
Oh my goodness. You've got plenty of that over in jail.
I could see it in you when I came in the courtroom.
Okay, that's fine. You're gonna be here on... Let me tell you how this is gonna work. You're gonna
You ain't gonna tell me shit.
Listen.
Suck my
Shut up. Listen to me.
Suck my you man.
Listen.
Suck my
You will be here in the court on Monday.
Be here sucking my
You will listen to me now.
Go yourself.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how this is gonna work. You either listen or not. I don't care.
I'm through. Can I leave the courtroom?
No.
No, you've got to stay here.
No, I'm not talking to the bastard.
We are going to have the trial Monday week.
No, we are. I ain't going to trial with this lawyer present.
Listen, if you do not...
Suck my You stinking ass cracker.
If you act like this, I will send you out of the courtroom.
Old bitch ass cracker.
Leave you out of the courtroom during the trial.
Horse ass cracker.
Do you understand that?
Horse ass sucking ass.
Do you understand that?
Big butt.
Do you understand
Man
that?
ass cracker.
Do you understand that?
Getting mad, ain't you?
Stupid.
Red face.
Listen.
Now you're calling me stupid.
Listen. Yes, I am.
This is kangaroo court.
You know what? You have a constitutional right to be a dumbass.
Why don't you jump up on the stand
You have a
and jump
constitutional
around
right
like
to be
a
a dumbass.
kangaroo, you dumb bastard.
Well, if you-
Suck my I ain't listening to nothing you say.
Come in here Monday
And
weekend.
how about this? I'll kill your whole family. And when I get in this trial, I'll murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a hammer and feed them to you.
Are you taking this down?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna refer you to the district attorney's office.
I don't give a who you're referring to.
I'm just telling you.
I thought you were referring to my mother man.
Aggravated assault, terroristic threats, and we'll just add to it.
I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I am not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. That motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee.
Well,
and now you're telling me that I got to go to trial with this man over here. He's probably a pedophile.
You're obviously fixated on butts and
Huh? I'm fixated on your mouth.
No, you're fixated on butts and
You got a nasty mouth, sir.
I have an awful mouth.
You have a big old fat mouth.
I do.
You gotta have a big old mouth to get this in it.
I sure do.
All right.
Yep, I'm proud of it.
I'll make sure the next time I come to court, I'll pull it out and jack on you.
Okay, why don't you do that right now?
I jack on white boys.
Well, why don't you do that right now?
Just like I jack on females.
Do it right now.
I can't do it now.
Do it now.
I ain't got.
I don't care.
Take off the cuffs.
How many hands do you have to do it?
Take off the cuffs.
Come on. No. Jack off.
This is kangaroo court.
Come on, jack off.
This is kangaroo court.
Jack off right now.
Are y'all getting this?
Yeah, they're getting it.
I'm gonna make sure this guy done called me stupid. This motherfucker done told me he was gonna suck my.
I did not say
This
that.
is
He wanted me to
all
f him in the
real.
butt.
I did not say that either.
You're a real nasty ass judge.
I am indeed, and you're going to find out how nasty I really am.
You'll find out how nasty I am when I murder your whole family, bitch.
Okay, that's fine. You know, you'll be in jail so long you won't have a
The
chance.
babies will be going, Daddy, help me. I'm just going to knock their brains out with the hammer.
Okay, well, you know, if I had any kids, you'd probably be able to do that. But since I don't have any, it doesn't really
Well,
matter.
then I'll get your nieces, your nephews, your
It
sisters.
doesn't really matter. I don't have any of those either.
Grandkids.
I don't have any of those either.
Aunties, aunts.
How can I have grandkids if I don't have any kids?
Brothers, sisters.
Stupid. You know, you're just completely have no idea of the English
If
language.
you're not going to suck my sir, I don't want to be here.
Okay, I've enjoyed this. I hope you have. I know everybody else in the courtroom has enjoyed it, but you can go now. And if,
All right, well,
if on Monday week this happens again, you will not stay in the
Suck
courtroom.
my sir.
Okay.
I'm subpoenaing y'all's ass in the courtroom.
Oh, incredible. Incredible. That was all a real court case. You can look it up. Okay? You can literally look it up. State of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen. Holy fuck. For those of you asking, how was he not immediately arrested? He's already been arrested. That was in the courtroom to the judge. That was not a bit. That was an actual thing that happened. A man actually murdered someone, decided he was going to act as his own attorney, and spent 10 minutes telling a judge that he was going to kill his family and fuck him in the ass with his giant donkey dick. Oh, God. He killed his cellmate. Oh my God. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Amazing. 10 tenths, no notes.
Exende, thank you for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate that. God. Let's see here. Here is Oh, God. I just really enjoyed that a lot. Like, just some of the back and forths in this transgender executive order case are, to me, kind of on par with that. Like, I don't know. For example, this part. Judge Reyes. If we had President Trump here right now and I said to him, "Is this a transgender ban?" What do you think he would say? "I have no idea, Your Honor," said DOJ attorney Jason Lynch. Reyes responded, "I do." He would say, "Of course it is, because he calls it a transgender ban. Because all the language in it is indicative." like it's honestly just a constant slapdown of the Department of Justice throughout this. Like, it, for example, another interaction here. If you were in a foxhole, you wouldn't care about these individuals' gender ideology, right? You would just be happy that someone with experience and that bravery and that honorable service to the country was sitting right next to you, right? Reyes asked. Don't want to testify as a witness, Your Honor, or offer my personal views of hypothetical. Lynch responded before conceding, "If I were in a foxhole, I doubt that the gender identity would be a primary concern." Reyes also pushed the lawyer for the Department of Justice to admit that the transgender soldiers made the country safer. Are they honorable, truthful, and disciplined? Reyes asked. As far as I know, among them, they have over 60 years of military service. That's correct, Lynch said. And you would agree that together the plaintiffs have made America safer? Reyes asked. I would agree, yes, Lynch said. Do you know how cooked the Department of Justice has to be dog walked to the point where they're admitting that their entire case hinges on the president just calling a group of people on the basis of their gender identity liars and dishonorable and untrustworthy and embarrassments to their country? And like, this judge dog walked the lawyer representing that idea to the point where he had to concede that transgender people, transgender folks in the service, make this country safer, that they act with honor and integrity and bravery and discipline. Shredded him alive in court. And made him sit down, calling him dishonorable, a liar. And lacking in the discipline required to stand up and argue before her courtroom. Wonderful actions by this judge. Now, my understanding here is that this court case is not yet settled, but the case has, I believe, issued a TRO. Oh no, she is hearing arguments to issue that TRO, and she seems very inclined to grant it. So that's great. That is U.S. District Judge Anna Reyes. Wonderful stuff. Also, that same Department of Justice lawyer went on to admit that he would pick one of the plaintiffs in the circumstance that he was in a foxhole. He would pick one of the plaintiffs in that circumstance over someone with less experience. Do you have any idea how utterly destroyed the state's argument is when the judge is able to walk them like that? That's incredible, dog. So, yeah. We're eating good. We're getting those big old transgender W's. And I'm feeling a bit better on this issue today. Just a bit. But you know what? I'll take what I can get. Whew! We finished a segment, folks! We did it! We did it, everybody! Folks, we've been going for 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like that YouTube stream. And please, 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 please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is only made possible thanks to viewers like you. I could not make it happen. I could not sit here for hours every day talking about the horrors of our world without you guys. You guys literally enable me to do it financially and emotionally, and I, for one, appreciate that. No, Lucia, we're not doing Jubilee. Fuck Jubilee. And boy, are my arms tired. It's true. Become a green name in chat today if you're over in YouTube. Doesn't that feel nice? It just feels nice.
Hi Jack, just subbing over here too with my Prime less than 3.
Ms. Gender Lynn, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. Yeah, if it's not Sam Cedar, I'm not watching Jubilee. Whew. Oh, man. All right. So I got so much to talk about. How we doing, chat? Hassan timed someone out the other day because they kept trying to get him to watch that Knowles Jubilee video. I don't blame him. I'd probably do the same thing. Hey, got an interview with TSA on Thursday. Let's go! Good luck, Pirate Amir. Overwhelmed, stoned. And yeah, like, they're stupid, they're lazy, they're unprepared, they're deeply unserious, and so incredibly stupid. Exactly, Lady Raincloud. And like, that doesn't mean they're not evil, doesn't mean that they're not powerful, and it doesn't mean that everyone in their ranks is like stupid and lazy. You know, like Russell Vogt is a deeply evil man who's spent years thinking about this, but like all of the other people around him that he relies on, they're all stupid and lazy. like it's wild. So glad I found this channel after Demon Mama dropped off YouTube. Great community and great presenter. I'm not sure which one but you are doing some God's work. I appreciate it, Mithril. I am doing okay, Emily Sweetness. Doing a little bit better today, but I might need to end stream earlier than I would like in order to like save my voice for tomorrow. Doing good. Only 4 days left of antibiotics. I can get the problem tooth removed on Friday to help the jaw infection. Well, I hope that goes well. I'm not ending stream yet. We still got a ways to go. Also, Irascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you. Wish that courtroom had been on camera, right? Ugh, amazing. We would 100% be watching it. I did try and look it up. I also did try and get audio from the courtroom because sometimes you can call in. Sometimes you can call in to like the courtroom public access line, but the courtroom has to have that line open. And I wasn't able to get through. I don't know if it was closed or what, but I tried to get you guys the audio. What's Jubilee? It's the worst. Don't concern yourself with it. It's a waste of time. Unless Sam Cedar's on it. Let's see here. Firecrafted Gaming. Thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. I appreciate it. All right. Let's talk briefly. This doesn't even need to be a segment. But guys, is it bad if the USDA fires a bunch of people working on figuring out bird flu? Is it bad when we're staring down the barrel of a new pandemic with bird flu and the USDA just fires them? And now they're trying to figure out who they fired so that they can try and rehire them. Yeah, these people are not smart. I do like that NBC News reports this. The U.S. Department of Agriculture said Tuesday that over the weekend it accidentally fired several agency employees who are working on the federal government's response to the H5N1 avian flu outbreak. The agency said it is now quickly trying to reverse those firings. Although several positions supporting bird flu efforts were notified of their terminations over the weekend, we are working swiftly to rectify the situation and rescind those letters. USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service frontline positions are considered public safety positions. And we are continuing to hire the workforce necessary to ensure that safety and adequate supply of food to fulfill our statutory mission. Except, here's the thing. They don't care. Like, they don't care. If they cared, they wouldn't have fired them in the first place. The same way, if they cared, they wouldn't be firing, the people who keep our nuclear weapons secure. That's not a whoopsie daisy. That's you don't give a shit. That's you put an AI in charge of firing people based off of keywords in their job description without understanding how much it was going to fuck everything. And it's just kind of like, oh, well, we fired people and we'll just get them back. Sometimes you can't just get people back after you fired them. Why do they not care about our nukes? Well, TFRSB Would you believe it's because they didn't realize that the department that they were firing people from, firing hundreds of people from, they didn't realize that the job of that entire department is keeping our nukes secure and doing maintenance on them? Because they didn't. They didn't know what the department did. They didn't know. And they just fired hundreds of people, thinking it wouldn't affect anything. Oh, Harold, I do think they knew what probationary meant. I just don't think they cared. You know, I think they knew what probationary meant. I just don't think that they lied about the job performance in order to cover for the massive firings, because what they want is the reduction in workforce itself. They don't particularly care how they get it. So they just lied to cover their massive firing spree. I hear the insulin argument used against trans in the military, but we have diabetic soldiers. We can have hormones too, can't we? The military spends more on Viagra pills for soldiers than it has every year than it ever has on all trans veterans combined. The military literally spends more on Viagra for soldiers with erectile dysfunction than all of the trans surgeries combined. Here's why I don't think they know what that meant. A lot of those people are interagency positional hirings, meaning they got a new job with the same department, or they moved from one government job to another job, which when you do that marks you as probationary no matter how long you've been in the government. Some of the people are 10-year plus veterans of the federal government or longer. Yeah, that's true. But understand that, like, they're doing it for the cover story. So, like, my argument is that to them, they don't care if someone has been in the government a long time. They're doing it because all of the probationary stuff just allows them to say, oh, they're all probationary because they're on probation because they're low performing. And that just allows them to say, we're firing them for low performance, even though it's a lie. It's just a lie that's going to be repeated on Fox News ad nauseum, you know? Dead Domain, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, 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 raiders. For those of you who are new here, I'm Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news, I talk about politics, I talk about all kinds of stuff. We do have fun here. Wub wub we rating. Wub wub wub. Welcome, welcome, folks. Hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like that YouTube stream. Get in here, yeah, animals. I got some homosexual tendencies over here. Whew. All right. Yes, the term we're looking for is pretense. True, 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 true. All right. Also, just a good point that I saw floating around on Blue Sky. Figured I'd bring it up. This comes from Siva over on Blue Sky. I'm not sure the rest of the country fully grasps the panic and anger building in Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. The entire economy of this area is about to collapse. Paychecks are stopping, careers are ruined, taxes are about to plummet, yet no one seems able to stop this madness. And yeah, hey folks, is it a good idea when you're doing an administrative coup of the United States to collapse the entire framework and structure within which the government operates? Is that a good idea? Is that a smart idea that helps you to solidify your grasp on power? No. I, for one, am really glad our enemies are stupid as shit. You know? I'm glad. Move fast and break things doesn't really apply to social structures. Because, like, once that's all broken, right? Like, they seem to think that people are just gonna, like, fade into the ether. And, like, that's not how that works. People just get angrier. And you've now centralized all of the angry people on your position, while also pissing off the military. Like, I don't know. Seems like something primed to backfire in my mind. Also, I really wanted to get to it today, but I think we'll have to get to it on a new day. I want to talk about international relations that are happening right now, because basically JD Vance and Pete Hegseth went to Europe a few days ago and have completely and utterly nuked our relationships with all the European powers. And that's probably bad. Like, just we're not going to get into the weeds on that story, because I'll do like an hour-long segment or so on it, you know, tomorrow. But guys, what do you think happens when these European countries start closing US bases on their soil? What do you think happens when all those soldiers come back? Very clearly, having seen how the world despises what we've done for no reason. Yeah, Pete Hegseth got booed. Students literally protested him in Germany. It's like, they understand what's happening. Is it possible that Elon helped Trump steal the election? No, Elon didn't help Trump steal the election with like Starlink or whatever. I've seen those conspiracies. They are conspiracies. What Elon Musk did was pour over $250 million into the election, and $250 million goes a long way in an election. Love creating an environment with thousands of unemployed soldiers with the government looking to crack down on SSRIs, but make sure everyone has access to guns for no education. You know, like, genuinely at this point, one of the biggest things that I saw today that it was like, oh shit, these guys really don't understand how to do this fascist power grab that they want to do, was the news story about DOGE walking into the Department of Defense. Or sorry, walking into the Pentagon to make budget cuts to the military. Because it's one thing if you're an elected official with like the mandate of the people, and you like maneuver Congress into like spending less on the budget. like giving less money to the Pentagon. But it's another thing to walk an illegal organization like DOGE into the halls of the Pentagon with a bunch of like barely trained interns who want to go in and scream at generals about budget cuts with AI programs. Like, to me, I see that, and I joked about it earlier, but it's like, I see that and I'm like, oh, the Pentagon just like ordered like 11 different CIA black sites get opened, Like these people will like disappear or have some very conspicuous accidents. And I know that is me conspiracy posting, but I am kind of half serious about it. Like, if they piss off the military enough and then also want to break the Constitution and like do a coup, actually like violate like the Supreme Court or something, as it's currently constituted, I don't think the military goes along with that. And that makes me feel a little bit better, which that kind of tells you how cooked our current situation is. That makes me feel better. Oh, they've already fucked the CIA over. I guarantee you the CIA still has black sites that they don't know about. Why would they violate the Supreme Court? I thought they were on the same side. Well, you see, that's the same miscalculation that happened with this whole Eric Adams debacle that's currently unfolding. Which is that they assumed that just because a lawyer was a Republican, that a Republican is the same as a fascist who will go along with the power grab. And yet, they found a lawyer who clerked for Antonin Scalia, one of the most devilish conservative Supreme Court justices ever conceived of. And they told her to do corruption. They told her to do a quid pro quo and drop the case against Eric Adams. Lifelong conservative lawyer. And she said, no, you all can go fuck yourselves. Essentially. I'm paraphrasing. So what I think when we start looking at the Supreme Court of the United States, we need to look at a couple of things, right? Number one, who on the Supreme Court is a fascist versus who on the Supreme Court is a conservative? Because there is a difference. I know people in our circles like to conflate the two. There is a difference between a fascist and a conservative. Additionally, you need to look at who on the Supreme Court is interested in giving up their power. That question, I think, is a lot easier to answer than that first one. And I don't think any single one of them is terribly interested in rendering the Supreme Court of the United States moot or ceremonial. I think they all like their power. They got there by coveting that power, and they're not going to give it up for no reason. So that's kind of where I'm at when it comes to the Supreme Court. I think the Supreme Court is absolutely stacked with conservatives who are absolutely okay with increasing corporate power, with fucking over working class people. I think the conservative Supreme Court is okay with an awful lot. But when we're talking about the president of the United States, like having constraints of the Constitution, that goes into a very different territory. And I don't think the Supreme Court as a whole is okay with rubber stamping a fascist dictator. What would make Trump the dictator that he really wants to be is if the Supreme Court puts out an order curtailing his power, defining the Constitution, saying, no, you can't do that, and then he does it anyway. And at that point, people in the military hate his fucking guts, and I think that they would probably take action. Kitsune Cavalier, elaborate. Because I think I know where you're going with that, but you need to elaborate a little bit more. Are you talking about the Supreme Court order that they put out about immunity? Beep, boop. Yeah, the immunity ruling gives the presidency very broad immunity. But if you actually read it, it does not give him complete and absolute immunity in all cases. One of the very clear places it does not give the president immunity is if the president chooses to act outside the bounds of the Constitution. So, that being the case, it's actually kind of an important check. That ruling is actually, when we're talking about a fascist coup where the president supersedes Congress and the Supreme Court, it's actually really important that that ruling has that as not something you can be immune from. So that's the thing. The president with that ruling is still confined by the Constitution. And I do not think that the Supreme Court is willing to give up its power, which is what they would be doing. They would be signing the suicide of their powers. And I believe in the selfishness of the conservatives on that court. Yeah, but who's going to uphold it? The military. We just finished talking about it. If the Supreme Court issues a ruling that the president is going beyond the confines of the Constitution and the president does not immediately correct himself, what ends up happening is that the military has an oath to the Constitution, not the president. So barring massive purges of the military comes in, unseats the president, and we have ourselves a resolution. Well, yeah, but the issue you're running into here is that on paper, Pete Hegseth runs the Department of Defense. In practice, the loyalty and chain of command goes up to the generals. The U.S. military is not going to obey the commands of an appointed Department of Defense secretary to stand down and not arrest the president, especially when that Department of Defense secretary was like a major in the National Guard. And they're going to listen to the generals over that guy. Who's the president after that? Well, presumably J.D. Vance, unless J.D. Vance is also implicated in the constitutional overreach, then it would go down to the Speaker of the House, who's Mike Johnson. And you can say a lot of things about Mike Johnson. I think he's terrible, but I don't know that he's willing to violate the Constitution. And that is, unfortunately, the very low bar we're dealing with. If all three of them are clapped, I don't remember who the fourth in line is. Yeah, I mean, Speaker Johnson might also be implicated in all of this because he did come out the other day and like support like the fascist things that JD Vance was saying to support Donald Trump's position. So like if he does also get clapped, is it Secretary of State? Is that it? Fourth is Secretary of State. I imagine the Secretary of State would also be implicated because he's appointed by Trump. Yeah, it would fall to Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio might actually be too cowardly to go along with that. Huh. That'd be interesting. I really hope we don't see that happen. But also if Marco Rubio goes, then it goes to Chuck Grassley. And Chuck Grassley would probably be all right. He'd probably be, not great, but also not trying to overthrow the republic. So, I'll take it. Wait, Chuck Grassley is before Marco Rubio? I need to stop believing you guys when you tell me shit. It goes president, vice president, speaker, senator pro tempore, then secretary of state. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. If Chuck Grassley gets it, I think he'll probably, hold it for the rest of the term. Okay, wait, the whole line of succession is vice president, speaker, president pro tempore, secretary of state, secretary of treasury, secretary of defense, attorney general, secretary of the interior, and then secretary of agriculture. That's crazy, dog. Oh, God. Okay, folks, we do need to talk about this. And this is a bit of a local issue, but you know what? We're talking about it anyway. All right? So, folks, there's this place called Wisconsin. And in Wisconsin, they make a lot of cheese. But also in Wisconsin, they have this strange tradition where they elect Supreme Court justices for their state Supreme Court, which means there are elections coming up. And that's, well, unfortunately going to be very important. So one thing we got to talk about here. Wisconsin is gearing up for a contentious 6-year cycle of state Supreme Court elections. Now, folks who've been around my channel for a while know that last time around, we got involved in organizing in Wisconsin in order to try to get Janet Protasewicz, I'm probably butchering her last name, Judge Janet, elected. And we succeeded, which was great. That felt good. That victory tipped the state Supreme Court of Wisconsin. It allowed Wisconsin to un-gerrymander their maps. And it basically allowed Wisconsin to begin healing from, the Republican rule of the state for the last 15 years. Unfortunately, folks, we are now looking down an election this year in Wisconsin that has the possibility of re-flipping it conservative. So we'll need to start gearing ourselves up to get involved, okay? Later this spring, Wisconsin voters will be kicking off a 6-year spree of annual state Supreme Court elections. The streak comes after voters selected only one new justice in the last 4 years. On April 1st, voters will decide between Dane County Circuit Judge Susan Crawford and former Republican Attorney General Brad Schimmel to replace retiring Justice Ann Walsh Bradley. The winner of this year's state Supreme Court election will either preserve the bare majority of liberal-leaning justices or flip it back to a conservative majority, said John Johnson, one of the most Wisconsin names I've ever heard in my life. A research fellow at the Lumber Center for Public Policy Research and Civic Education at Marquette University Law School. So, yeah, what's at stake? Well, basically, guys, if a Republican majority happens to reign in Wisconsin, it means that abortion rights are going to go. There's a very old law on the books in Wisconsin that could be enacted by the state Supreme Court that would ban all abortions in Wisconsin. That could be implemented or ruled upon by the state Supreme Court. So it's kind of a big deal for us to actually win and preserve this liberal majority. So we'll be trying to do our best. We'll be looking around, seeing what orgs we can maybe partner our community with to get folks knocking on doors or online phone banking. Because, guys, these types of statewide elections that have that niche value, we can make the most difference. I know I have a small community, but you guys doing phone banking can genuinely make a huge difference in voter turnout, can genuinely make a huge difference and a huge dent in how many people show up on election day for, an off-year election for a judge. So, really important. Really important. I want that to be on all of your radars. Okay? We're going to get Judge Susan Crawford elected, all right? That's our goal. That's our goal. Literally every vote counts. Exactly, Bisadu. Now, one other thing to be aware of is that we need people to turn out to do phone banking and door knocking. We need both of those things. If you're capable of getting to Wisconsin this coming spring to do door knocking, we need you to be able to do that. If you're capable of doing online phone banking, we need you to do it. Okay? These are some of the things we need you to do. And it becomes more dire specifically because of one man by the name of Elon Musk. Elon Musk has a group called Building America's Future that is funneling hundreds of thousands of dollars into this state Supreme Court race. And the only way that we are able to counter that is with people power. Okay? If you are in Wisconsin, Dragonfly is correct. Join up with your local Dems to do door knocking. Your local Democrats have maps of where likely Democratic voters live so that you can knock on doors and turn out people who are sympathetic, who are actually going to show up on election day. It's important. Similarly, I want to find a good group we can work with to do digital phone banking so that regardless of where you are in this country, you can call folks. If you're in New Mexico, you can call. If you're in Arizona, you can call. If you're in California, you can call and phone bank. But we need to find a good group that has, the ability to direct you to which numbers, because you do not just blindly call. Is PV not participating in this effort? Simric, I genuinely have no idea. But if it is, great, we'll work with PV. If it's not, fuck it, we'll figure something else out. Okay? But we do not have the time or the luxury to just be like, we'll sit it out. So, that being said, put this on your radar, folks. Put this on your radar. I worked with PV to mobilize the community for Judge Janet Jess. I have to reach out and see if they're doing anything for this particular election, because I know they aren't involved in every single one. Hopefully they are, but I'll take a look. Mobilize.us is a great tool for that, Mr. Malachite. Very true. But if PV is not working on this, then fuck it, we'll do it. We'll do it ourselves, you know? Maybe we'll find groups within Wisconsin DSA or something. Who knows? Whew. Get ready, folks. We're going to be fighting for the next few years. And the next few years after that. And the unfortunate truth is we're going to be fighting until we die. Because that's what wanting to make the world a better place is. Fuck it, we ball. Exactly, TFRSB. That's the attitude I want to see. We do it fucking live. Yeah, once you know how to make the world a better place, you can't really just say, nah, not gonna do that. Because it'll haunt you. You know? Whew. Folks, we've been going for almost 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button on the YouTube stream and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. I gotta be able to afford that honey for my poor throat. It'll haunt you like a dono ghost. Good night, Emily Sweetness. Oof. Make sure it's real honey, not corn syrup. Oh God, yeah. I hate that. Oh God. Whew. I'll haunt you like a Trump second term. Oof. Oof. The scariest thing I can imagine. All right. Folks, I think I'm tapped out for the night. I got too worked up. I used all my energy to scream about Democrats being feckless morons. But tomorrow we will talk more about the executive order that Donald Trump signed today, because it is very important. And we'll also talk about the Elon Trump interview. We might just talk about it rather than watching it. Largely because, man, it's so fucking hard to watch these clowns. They're so they lack so much charisma And they're so
Thanks
bad.
for the strum.
Tier Star, thank you for the $5 dono. I very much appreciate it. And also, folks, I will be streaming a bit earlier tomorrow. We'll be talking with Nathan Grayson from Aftermath about his new book. Apparently I'm quoted in it somewhere. I've read the first 50 pages of it so far, and it's pretty great. Haven't reached my quote yet. But yeah, I'm excited. Co-founder of Aftermath, a very good website for video game and tech news. Whew. I will see you all tomorrow. I believe I'm starting. What time are we starting tomorrow? We'll probably start maybe around 4:30 p.m. Central Time. So it's going to be quite a bit earlier. That being said, I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye, folks.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise proletariat and make them cower.